Alrighty, boys and girls, good morning, good morning. How are we all doing? On a Monday. Good morning, good morning. Right, let's see if we can get some stuff on the go, shall we?
Sweet profit
Shalita,
together.
welcome in. Good morning. Thank you very much for the 17 months now. Thank you. Appreciate that. Have some gloat on me. I had a little bit over the weekend. It was nice. Longer weekend due to Friday being a chill day. I hope you had some form of festives or enjoyments or maybe some relaxation, whatever. You might notice my voice is a bit scuffed today. I've actually had a cold for a few days. It started on Thursday last week and it still hasn't gone away. But I want to play some video games. I want to do a little bit of WoW today, and we might even do some Path of Exile. For those who lurk on the Discord, you might have spotted I was playing Path of Exile yesterday. I have pre-ordered. Well, it's one of those, isn't it? It's not actually, they claim that Path of Exile 2 is free, but the reality is the fact that it's not coming out for about 1 billion years, or you can pay $30 and play it now. It's kind of like, oh, it's $30 then, isn't it? But we do have it. We do have Path of Exile 2. I had a little blast for an hour or so yesterday just to check that it actually worked, and to see if I could remember in any way, shape or form how we can do anything. But we might go play some Path of Exile at some point today. I've not decided. Let's see how much WoW stuff we got to do. Free weekend for City Skylines 2. Oh dear, Paradox. You screwed the pooch with that game, my friends. You screwed the pooch big time. Right, I need to go check some patron orders. I need to see if we got some gold opportunities afield. Hope you're not about to get the same cold or flu I had a month ago. Well, I'm always ill in December. I don't know why, I don't know how. I'll always get something in December. My wife had the sniffles the other day. Last weekend, we spent the weekend in Helsinki. I'm hoping that, I'm hoping that it's just a little bit of nothing and that it'll pass in a day or two. But my voice is a bit croaked. So we'll see how long this lasts. We'll see how far we get. Right, let's get some crafting on the go. Anything to make, anything to make. Too bad it wasn't in Helsinki. Hey! I see what you did there. Love that. Love me a good pun. Bit of a dad joke. Nothing wrong with those. Alright, let's get these bashed out of the way. We're not doing those, they're far too expensive. Welcome in, K-Chat, good morning. Hope you're well. Oh, a public order. A public order on something, on a recipe I don't have. There's part of me that feels the need to start picking up these recipes on these dudes now. Things like this, though, you can buy the recipes off the auction house, can't you? I'm pretty sure you can. Oh my god, they provided Q3 mats as well. That's worth pressing the button on, even though it's only a 300 gold commission, just so that you can get a resourcefulness proc potentially on it. Recipes, jewel crafting, uncollected, jeweler's setting. Still didn't bother to buy one of those. There's part of me that wonders when I should buy all of this stuff. Jeweler's setting is going to be one of those where I have a sneaky suspicion this thing's going to go up in price, because there's not going to be a point where this jeweler's setting is not going to be needed. Yeah, with it coming from the first raid, unless they somehow magically make it way easier to acquire. Oh, I suppose it's always available via LFR, isn't it? But I don't know. Not decided. I should probably just buy these and call it a day. Or is it worth going shopping for any of these? Fortunately, playing on a bigger server tends to lead me to have pretty comparable prices on most things. I can usually save 5 to 10k if I go shopping though. Regional sale average 25k on this bad boy. So when it dips super cheap, you can pick it up. We'll worry about that another day. I'm certainly not paying 45,000 gold to make these bloodstones for that one order. That's not happening. Guild order. Forge font inspector. I don't I don't believe I actually have that recipe on any of my characters. Or do I? It's one you need to purchase. I don't think I have that recipe on any of my jewel crafters, unfortunately. Somebody does, though, because somebody's made mine. Who made mine in the guild? Who made mine? Forge font inspectors. Oh, no, that's an inscription thing. Somebody's made mine. Somebody definitely can. Okay, no need to worry about it then. Ooh, money orders. I've actually got a disgusting amount of knowledge points now on this jewel crafter that I haven't spent. Like 110. There's part of me that I can't decide whether I just slam them in all of these gems just to finish this tree, or whether I build out shaping into a full prospecting and crushing tune. I'm like, what is it? What do I need? 40, 80, 120, and then 10 to get there, I guess. Is it 10? Okay, so I need 130 points to like do it in one go. Maybe we'll do that in a couple of weeks. I'm kind of just I was half saving points in case some fancy ring or amulet or something turns up. I was kind of saving myself to just see what turns up in 11.1. Because if we get something cool, something juicy in 11.1, I want to be able to take advantage of it. But the journey is still on. Until we have got all knowledge points on all of the professions, we're going to have to keep going. Oh, hello. Why have we got 10 deadly rubies lying around? What are they doing there? They must have, I must have crafted those the other day. Forgot to send them to a bank tune. I've almost completely stopped selling stuff at the moment. I'm semi-convinced that we're nearly at the bottom of the bottom now. I think 11.0.7, the Siren Isle patch. The Siren Isle patch is going to give us... Well, that lands on December the 17th. That means that we're going to get 11.1 PTR very quickly. And if we get 11.1 PTR very quickly, that's when things start to go up in price, because we hit speculation season. And that's when everything goes up, or everything starts to go up. And I think what we're going to see more so than anything else this expansion, because there are so many materials that are linked together, mostly through thaumaturgy, that when one thing starts to rise, it's going to rise the price of everything. Because let's say, for example, somebody decides that, oh, I don't know, lure drop is going to go to the moon again. Well, then any of the thaumaturgy stuff that can create lure drop is going to get pulled up as well. which means the entire market is going to quite quickly, soon as we get PTR information, going to start rising because of one person or one selection of speculation on one thing will pull everything else up with it. So, in essence, it basically means that I'm not bothering to sell anything right now. And if I was to really put my money where my mouth is, I'd start buying up and stockpiling materials now. But I'm not that keen on that approach, because while I have plenty of gold, I don't think I have enough gold to be stockpiling just yet. At this rate, everything's going to be maxed by 11.1. Well, as far as being, 100% optimal at your chosen adventure, we're already there. Like, I don't think any of my professions, even on these toons now, these characters which did 0 level of shuffle, 0 shuffling anywhere, have all had more than enough opportunity to get all of the tools, all of the knowledge point books, stacks of knowledge points just in reserve. Nobody really, if you've been playing in any consistent fashion, should have any issue, I don't think. At least being full build, like what I refer to the 100 plus 40 build. 100 plus 40 build should be an absolute given. If you're dinging level 80 on a new character today, you can get 100 plus 40 in literally by the end of the day. I'm just hoping that it doesn't become so easy to max your characters out that everything is just like dumpstered even harder. There has to be some friction, there has to be a little bit of a barrier to entry to make it so that some things are actually worth doing occasionally. Or they need to bring new stuff in. Or every time we have a new season launch, they need to inject new stuff. If they can inject some new stuff as well. Some new stuff to chase after that's maybe not artisan security, that's maybe not knowledge points limited, maybe something that requires you to actually do something in the patch that is launched. That's a bit of friction, a bit of barrier to entry that can make things worth doing again. But we'll see. We'll see. Good morning, Team YouTubes. Good morning, good mornings. I almost wasn't going to stream to Team YouTube as well today because I've had some issues with OBS recently. And I have a sneaky suspicion that the plugin that I use that also allows me to send a stream to YouTube at the same time is causing problems, and I don't know why. I actually upload to YouTube in a much higher bitrate. I wonder if that's got something to do with why my OBS is having a heart attack. But it's difficult to test this without actually going live. So today is a bit of a test for me. But welcome in, welcome in. And thank you for the follows on either platform as well. Ooh, cap that out. No reason to not have an extra 25% resourcefulness. Don't mind if I do. What we got then? Oh my god. Like, literally all the orders are worth thinking about with tailoring. Is that due to the fact that tailoring stuff is so goddamn cheap now? Or is it just that... No, I'm still having to spend something to make something here. This is why tailoring has no real viable concentration build. Mostly because tailoring doesn't use enough materials. As crazy as that sounds, you would kind of want things to be cheaper and easier to make, but the professions that use an ungodly amount of materials are the ones that are more useful for concentration. Which just isn't the case with tailoring. Where are we standing with bolts, actually? I probably need to craft a bunch of those today. 19 out of 30. Holy shit. Yeah, we should craft some bolts. It's probably Team Twitch that's sabotaging us. The quality looks great. No lag. Well, I hope that to be the case. I try and make sure that due to YouTube not having any restrictions on what you send them for a video feed, I try and make sure I send them a better quality feed. We should probably can we do Q3s on this dude? We can do Q3s on this fella. On the basis that we can, there's no reason we shouldn't. That means I need a bunch of exquisites at Q3. Does exquisites at Q3... Okay, let's smash out a few of those. I don't feel like doing too many of them without a speed potion on, though, because I'm going to need a bunch of these. Which I don't have one. Quick hands. Ow, stop running away. Quick hands. Let's grab some of them real fast. Oh my god, freebies. Right, a bunch of those. Let's get some exquisites crafted. Do some top tier stuff and just go gadget go. Average profit is 74 silver. Absolute break even. I'm technically taking a loss on this, I imagine. This Weaver Cloth and this Storm Dust has sat in my war bank for long enough that it's probably nowhere near competitively priced, but turnover is king after all. If we get a bunch of this made, get all our Duskweave bolts done on this dude, I actually have 2 more tailors that might need to do some bolt crafting, so we'll maybe overproduce a few of these. Throw the rest in the war bank. But same again, I'm not bothering to sell the Dawnweave bolts or the Duskweave bolts at the moment, as my suspicion is that they are criminally cheap at the moment. The fact that even you know, even using concentration on bolts, it's like a challenge to make them profitable. He's not dead. Welcome in, Kahani. Welcome, welcome. No, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. My streaming schedule is not great at the moment. I've been taking it a little bit slower on streaming in the run up to Christmas. Playing catch up on some both IRL stuff, also simultaneously trying to get a few other behind the scenes things done and dusted as well. Try not to crash your stream by saying hello like last time. Yeah, I noticed that I effed like 2 minutes after you came and said hi, and then my OBS wouldn't work properly and I just called it a day. So let's hope that, let's keep everything crossed that doesn't happen again. But welcome in, welcome, welcome. What's the add-on that shows you more details for the patron orders? No mats, no make is the add-on you want to look into. No mats, no make. Advent calendar. I have one in the main house. I don't have one in the studio. My stream schedule's been a little bit all over the place since December started, so I didn't bring the advent calendar, unfortunately. Right, we're up to nearly 200 of these. That's probably enough, right? Got distracted. 200. There we go. That should be plenty for these. Right. Multi-craft, yes. Press all the buttons, go. If we get a proc, we make money. If we don't get a proc, we lose gold if we don't get a proc. That's wild. On a cooldown craft as well, to just straight lose gold by not getting a proc this early in the expansion. Bonkers. It's because this is last year's game, right? This is the point. This is one thing that I always try and sell people on. The fact that this is last year's game. This is Dragonflight. We've moved on from this. Or should I say everybody else is caught up to this? We're going to need more spools of dusk thread. Do I have dusk thread? Dusk weave? Do we have a resourcefulness tool? Oh, I don't have a proper resourcefulness tool on this dude. Right, well, oh yeah, that's going to cause a problem. Alright, well, whatever. I need another tool on this dude, don't I? 365. Hang on, we've got enough. Hang on, let's make a second tool because we're going to need it. Crafting order table. I need a resourcefulness tool.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Professional equipment, tailoring, tools. One of them. Track it, because we need a shitload of stuff. We're going to throw it in as a guild order. Do I have the stuff I need? No, not even close. I don't have any chaos circuits, apparently. Alright, let's grab some mats. Let's go search on that one. 48 of those. A bunch of those. And we need, what do we need? Missive of resort. No. Missive of resourcefulness. Hey, Longboy and Wrongboy owners, why'd you park outside the auction houses? Yeah, you can literally camp. You can literally go anywhere in the world you want on a Longboy, but people still stand outside the auction house with it. I don't understand. Missive of resourcefulness. We need one of those, and we're going to then need the enchant as well, aren't we? Enchant tool resourcefulness. Still 2k a pop for those things.
My directive is to serve you.
Right, let's get one of those. Let's get one of those. Let's get one of those. Top tier everything. Provide that. Pay people. Because we're nice. Slam it out there. Go. Any engineers online? Any engineers? Although theoretically I might be able to craft that myself. Somebody's after an artisan's pickaxe, a mining tool. That's a blacksmithing thing. Do I have that recipe on my blacksmiths?
My thanks for
Not
your
sure.
patronage.
Well, for this time, instead of I'll wait for that order to come through. But in the meantime, instead of unraveling this duskweave, maybe I just buy some spools of duskweave. How many am I going to need? 8 per. 8 times 10 is 80. Like 200 or so. Spool of dusk thread. Spool of dusk thread Q3. Let's just buy 200 for sake of maths. Just make sure we don't let our cooldowns cap on that. So a bunch of those, bunch of those. Multi-craft tool, yes, smash it out. we can get a second tool on this dude, we are pretty well set up. There's not really anything else we'd need on this tailor, I don't think, from that point on. Bit of an optional second tool would be nice, but artisan security, we are going to need a lot of it though, aren't we? We're going to need huge amounts of it for buying the recipes on this dude, actually. This is the tailor that slowly but surely wants and needs to collect everything. Mostly down to having every recipe, nearly every tailoring recipe in the game on this dude. I'm not going to want to let that up, am I? Ooh, some orders that might actually make us something. And if we're smart about this, we can bang out all of the orders and not really lose anything. Which means I might do it, you know. Inscription is clearly nowhere near as bad as blacksmithing, but Inscription quite often I've found has tougher orders to fill. They're not as expensive as blacksmithing, but it's not as often you actually make a profit on anything. Or at least maybe that's how I've got this this dude set up right now. Right, that's going to be loads of points. Let's grab all of that. Nice. Are we... Oh, there's technically still a scribe book I'm missing. Whoops, I didn't even realise that. I probably should have saved the artisan security to buy the scribe book, but... oh, well, hang on, am I not like... Oh, okay. No, I could actually technically do with it. Why? We got a bunch of points in here. We're putting a bunch of points in here. Milling inks, we need 60 in there, really. It's because I put 90 points in here to unlock all of these, and then never bothered to get good at any of these. Such an odd choice to spend 60 points here to then not finish these off. But I realised that maybe get inks and milling sorted first. Especially since I'm 136 knowledge points behind via orders on this scribe. Oh my god. The catch-up is not friendly. Well, for now, do we go milling first? We go inks first. I think inks is technically more valuable. Going inks is slightly more valuable. Although it doesn't really matter. Actually, what does my tool say? I've only got one tool at the moment, which is a multi-craft tool. If I've only got the multi-craft tool, we'll go inks. Because I'm not going to be very good at milling anyway without a resourcefulness tool. There we go. There we go. Could technically go do some treasures and stuff. Do I want to be bothered with treasures? I don't think I want to be bothered with treasures, do I? That's far too much like hard work. What I didn't do is actually spend any concentration on either of these characters. We can probably burn through... What's Inscription looking like? Is it still Vansis runes? Or are we... Let's do a recipe scan real quick. I'm going to assume it's still probably Vansis runes, but trying to get the warband bank distance inhibitor. Even though I finished the warbanding together mission, I can't find the spell in my spell book. Do you know what you need to get it? You will have it. It's just not in an obvious location. Let this scan finish, and I'll show you. It is in your spell book, but there's a box for like warband stuff, and it's in there. It's nested in another one. Wait, hang on. Why are we not... Oh, flipping hell. Once you've set the scan to go, I don't think there's any way to stop it. Let's let it finish. Oh, maybe it is... Maybe it did do concentration. No, clearly it didn't. Or is it because I still can't actually craft these at top quality, so it's crapped out on me? It's Fantasy Runes, isn't it? Okay, sure. Yeah, your warband thing, by the way. General, warbands, it's in here. Check that. Even there's only the map reveal spell in the warband section. Oh. Oh, in that case, then I don't know. You say you finished the warbanding together mission. Is that the one that takes you down to Gadget Zan in Tanaris? Is that quest? Because that's where you get this. I can't remember what the quest is called, but I'm assuming you're referring to that one. I'd assume the simple scenario is that you maybe haven't finished that quest. I would go back and check that you have actually, that you haven't accidentally left a breadcrumb quest or something. I don't know. Not sure, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think I can be bothered to go do treasures on this dude, but let's craft some Vansis runes. Although Vansis runes are the money bags now, they're going to be worth nothing soon. So maybe it's one of those where you got to just get them gone now, really. Get them gone. 2s with a mirror powder. 2s with a mirror powder. That's still nearly 5 gold per point of concentration, mind. Yeah, can't argue with that. Multi-craft. What should I be stacking here that I haven't got stacked? The ingenuity flask would be... Whoa! That's very loud. Hey, Sid, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, Siv's friends. You've caught me doing what I do most of the time, which is tinkering with professions. Hope you had a good stream. Do I use an ingenuity vial here? Not that we're really stacking ingenuity, but I think the ingenuity vials are... At least Q2 ones are worth using. Just because they're disgustingly cheap. And it's better to use a vial than not use a vial. Are we in bountiful season mode yet? Is it technically winter yet? Because the resourcefulness buff on this is going to be mandatory the second that it is. Nice chill stream. Back to doing the breakfast streams in the morning. Talking of breakfast streams in the morning, where's my coffee? Well reminded, my friend. Thank you. My voice is already cooked, so we might as well char grill it with a bit of hot coffee. That's the theory. Alright, well, for 74 gold, there's no reason not to have one of these up and running. And in fact, considering the Q3 ones are down to 120 apiece now, it's the same logic that I kind of can't not use these. These have got crazy cheap. Crazy cheap, and it's clearly because only 3% of what's listed of these actually sells. Wow. These are like sub crafting cost, I swear. We'll just have a stack of them, because when you got them, you know. Sunk cost and that. We don't spec for ingenuity, but there's no better vial we can be using until the resourcefulness one kicks in, so why the hell not? If it procs, it procs. We do actually get 100% refund on concentration, actually, with inscription. Not all professions have that luxury. It's not going to make too much difference, but if it procs, you know, it's an extra roll of the dice. Let's go. Concentration saved. It's paid for itself. Right, those Vansis runes don't mind. We do want to sell. And under normal circumstances, I'll send them to my bank alt, but there's no reason not to just list them from this dude. Yeah, go. There we go. Seems I didn't finish the event chain fully. Thank you, have a nice stream. Hey, there we go. There we go, there we go. Also, another hint is if you happen to be a goblin, don't forget that you have your pack hobgoblin racial, which is only a 30-minute cooldown, and it gives you access to your bank as well. It's a nice double bonus way of getting to your bank. Righty. No engineers online. No engineers online able to craft my tool. Maybe we go see if we can burn any concentration with tailoring. I tend to almost ignore tailoring concentration now, because if it's not spell threads and if you're not BIS on making them, then they're basically in the bin. My only hope is that in Season 2 they introduce a new spell thread. Oh, there is an engineer online. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thanks. Ah, Crix, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. You might be lurking in the background. Appreciate it. Right, that does mean that we can then do unraveling on this dude in an optimal BIS fashion as well, because we have resourcefulness capped here. We're capped on multicraft where it's relevant. We don't technically need any more points in this because we don't really go out cloth farming, and that's the only real benefit that it gives. But we do need to get 30 points in here to unlock the inspiration node. 5k just for doing one click. Most of my server they tip 500 to 1,000 gold. Well, this is in the guild. This is within the guild. I have not strictly fixed prices in the guild for orders, but you know, I want to make sure that people get paid. You can try your luck through trade chat and have to deal with some random shmoo, or you can just pay a little bit more, have somebody in the guild do it for you, put it up for 48 hours, and it's guaranteed to turn up every time. Some of the best crafters in the EU are in the guild right now, so I'm willing to pay them for their expertise. I would pay 5,000 gold to not have to interact with somebody via trade chat, you see. So, but that's me. That's just me. I'm the most antisocial social media influencer, while simultaneously being a very lazy goal maker. How the hell I got to this position, I have no idea. Right, slap some more points in here. We need 7 more points so we can unlock this one. Alternatively, we need to put points in spell threads. That's probably the next thing we put points in anyway. So let's just do that. That's fine. That does mean now we can... Oh, we need to go put an enchant on that, don't we? Let's not forget to put the enchant on it. Full resourcefulness tool. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Curiosity. Curiosity. Does that mean we can unravel shit in a... still don't make any profit at all by unraveling Duskgrave. Is it just that that number hasn't updated? I don't know, whatever. At least we know we can. Let's put mats in the wall bank. Yeah, deposit everything, I guess. Put it all in there. Right, that's our tailor done for the week then. Nice. Tailor scribe done. Oh no, we didn't spend any concentration. It's not even worth bothering, is it? It's not, no. I'm a little bit. I think concentration is a fantastic addition to the game, as it gives the everyman an opportunity to make some gold. Having a system which cannot entirely be completely strangleheld by top tier goblins is smart. Inflicting some restriction on how many times you can craft something at a certain price is very good, and it's something that I've wanted to be in the game for a long time. I've almost, like, I'd put forward the idea previously that having consumable recipes, so when you learn a recipe, you can only craft that thing X amount of times before you need to learn the recipe again, was a concept that I had to make it so that it's a way to inject some value into the item inherently. Because if one of the biggest problems you have in WoW, especially with everything being on the region-wide auction house, if one person can craft something infinitely and put it on the auction house, technically, given enough time, they can supply the entire region with that thing. You have no need for any other crafters. You only need another crafter with that same recipe if that first guy logs off, which was a format and a system that was fine when every server was individual, because, you know, you needed a bunch of people on your server. That was always the suffix to that sentence. On your, you needed somebody on your server to craft something. With the region-wide auction house, though, I think they were smart to try and put something that limits the amount that people can press the button. Maybe sort of consumable recipes would have been one too far, especially with the rarity and the scarcity of some of these recipes. But you could have, this would be something that would be quite cool. You could have recipes with different craft values, like, dare I say, you could inject quality to the recipes. Now, I'm sure there's some people out there that are like falling off their seats in despair at that thought, but you could potentially have quality recipes as well. You know, like quality 1 recipe will give you 20 crafts of a thing. A quality 2 recipe quality 2 recipe would give you like 30 crafts, and a quality 3 recipe would give you 50 crafts of that item before you have to learn the recipe again. Thematically, it doesn't make a huge amount of sense though, because when you craft something, surely you just know how to craft it. That's kind of the point. But this was the sort of thought process I'd gone with previously, as some way to sort of restrict individual characters being able to just supply the entire region with everything they ever wanted. But it's but concentration is a nice way of achieving roughly the same. That said though, the 1,000 number, it's stacking to 1,000, I don't think is a big enough number. It's so heavily pushing people to log in, like repeatedly log in. I think 1,000's not a big enough number. I think it should have stacked to probably at least 2,000. I think you should be able to go 7 days. We have that with everything else, right? Once you've specced into it, like bolts, for example, they stack up to 30, which is give or take an entire week. I think it'd be nice if concentration stacked a bit further as well. The need to log in like at least twice a week on every single character and do something on every single character, otherwise you feel as if you're sort of leaving money on the table, to use a business phrase, is a little bit too much. A little bit too much. Oh, I do have that recipe. Can I make this for this dude at Q5? Oh, now see, this is where my problem is. You want it at Q5, but you've only given Q2 Ironclaw alloys. Well, that's going to hinder your ability for anybody to make it. Without Q3 alloys, people are going to struggle to do that. Or they'll be able to do it, but they'll need... They'll be able to do it, but they'll need vast amounts of concentration. Where's the pickaxe? Am I fully geared to even make that, though? I'm missing 20 points in trade tools, which doesn't help. And I don't have 20 points to spend right now. I'm almost there. I need 20 more points in there, but even then. Are they online? Alright, let's see if they put through a slightly different order. I don't think the difference between the... Oh, okay, yeah, the Q3 alloys are going to be quite a bit more expensive. I play Entropia Universe, a game that has recipes with fixed uses. It works good in that game and keeps the prices up. See, this was my sort of theory here, right? That you want to somewhat limit just how many times people can press a button. That inherently adds value to the product, which is exactly what concentration is doing now. Concentration is kind of saying, right, you can still press the button as many times as you want, but if you want to make it super cheap, you can only press the button like as far as your concentration allows you to. But this kind of like concentration feel, a lot of people said concentration is very mobile phone game sort of, and it kind of is. It's very mobile phone game in terms of the fact that you have to wait until you can do something again. Very cooldown based. Whereas I think having recipes that have a fixed amount of uses is more suited to an always-on subscription-based MMO. It means, you know, if you want to burn all of your uses on a Wednesday when there's loads of people that want it, it means you can choose to like spend your charges as and when you want them to. There still seems to be that bit of restriction around concentration with it only stacking to 1,000. This is why I think maybe 2,000 would be a better sort of better choice, better option. Just as it gives people a little bit more flexibility to craft stuff when the demand is there. I don't know. Just a thought. Let's see if there's any regular ass orders up while we wait for this dude to re-put through his order in. Ooh, we're missing mats to do some of the cheaper orders. What are we missing? We're missing... the game wants me to use Q1 alloys. I don't think I can even make Q1 alloys. I think I'm past the point of being able to make Q1 alloys. Yeah, I make Q2 alloys by default. Let's make some Q1 alloys. I think you can falsify that by taking off one of your tools, but it feels weird to do. Having this type of recipe makes farming for those recipes another dimension for farmers as well. True. Yeah, it works in everybody's benefit then, I suppose, a little bit. I mean, there's no reason they couldn't run both of them in tandem. What the hell was I looking for? Alloys. No. Singular, not plural. There we go. Core alloys. It wants me to buy Q1s, but I don't think it realizes that Q2s... Oh, they're not normally cheaper, are they? It's just somebody scumbagging them. Well, I'll buy the scumbaggy ones then. Or do I need to... Yeah, okay.
Let's make sweet
I
profit
didn't
together.
pick them up from the mailbox, did I? I do that every time. I buy shit from the auction house on my longboy. I'm clearly unskilled with this longboy. Jargist with the 6 months. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Good morning to you. Hello, hello. Hello, fellow goblins. How we doing? He hasn't taken that back yet. Maybe he'll get to it. Okay, we might have to do some of these manually, because for some reason CraftStim is still saying I should be using Q1s on making these, when Q2s are cheaper. I don't know why that's a thing. I also should have used a flipping ignition-y doodah thing before pressing these buttons, but hey, what are you going to do? Now we can do it this way. No, that's not the one. Which one was it? That's not the one. It's going to be this one. That order is no longer available. What the hell? It's wild how cheap null stones have got. There we go. There we go, there we go. Has that dude put through his order, redone his order on this yet? No. If he whispers me back to do it, I'll get on it. I'm not sure he wants... He's probably gone to the auction house and looked at Q3 mats and then cried. You can only do what you can do. What's the difference on the Ironclaw alloys? Ironclaw alloys. Oh yeah, he probably paid 150 a piece for his alloys, and now he's looking at 700 a piece and is reconsidering his options. This is why I don't think that the person buying the item or putting the order in should have any responsibility for the materials. Because why the hell should they know? Like, why the hell should they know that if they only provide Q2, it's going to be difficult, near impossible to get Q5? Like, outside of, like, you know, how are you meant to know? I've always thought that concept is backwards. I'm 33 points behind on enchanting on this dude. I've clearly lined myself up at some point to do some disenchanting for the week and then just not bothered. Did I? Is this where I got to the other day on stream? And then my stream died and I just rage quit? I think this is probably it, you know. Been trying to get the Oathsworn strength recipe from Awakening Machine. Painful. Need a patch to have all 5 waves spawn at the same time. Yes, I need to be doing that on this dude as well, actually. Yes, because that is a recipe I am going to need to farm for. That's well reminded, actually. We might get on that on this dude. Do I have any gear? Oh, God, I've only got 505 item level gear. What's holding me back? I've got Dragonflight Season 3 shoulders still. I've got Dragonflight 2-piece, apparently, that doesn't work, so I don't know why I've managed to do that. Although I don't have any replacements. Oh, I have a 538 chest piece. I'll put that on your donut. I don't have any better shoulders. Dragonflight Season 4 gloves that I don't have better. Dragonflight Season 4 boots that I don't have better. Oh dear. Dragonflight ring. Okay, and then okay, I'm still in. Like, I'm level 80, and I've still got half my Dragonflight gear on. This is probably why we've got no gear. That said, though, we've got concentration to burn on this dude. Let's get some stuff done on this fella. Oh, augment rune. Yes, money. Love me an augment rune order. We'll do the last one anyway. Complete the set. Hey, wait, what? Right, Shatter Essence. Shatter Essence. Do we have a buff? Authority of the Depths. Let's put you over here for now. Twos. Let's go twos, all default. See what Craftim has to say. All twos with a kicker of a forged framework. Roger that. I've got no forged frameworks. Didn't I set up my blacksmith to make these? Forged frameworks. I'm short 20 points in frameworks in order to do them properly. But that shouldn't make any difference because I only need Q2s. This is where it's telling me to use Q1 alloys, which is also a bait. Multicraft. There ain't nobody out there that's making these better than I am. I only need the extra skill. Yeah, I absolutely don't need the extra skill. I don't need the 20 points in frameworks. That's only if I want to make them at Q3, which I don't. So let me make a few of those while we're here. I'll at least save myself 5% by bringing them in-house. How are you making it better than everybody else? It's not strictly better than everybody else. It's just that I won't be paying the auction house cut. if you can make something yourself, it's even if you are equal to everybody else with stats, everybody is going to want to sell theirs for 106% of crafting cost because the auction house takes 5%. So if you make them for yourself, you can save at least 5% of the value if you're willing to, you know, also spend the time. That said, at the moment, the Q2s are on the auction house. It claims for about 70 gold a piece. So if we just craft a bunch of these real quick and then see what this says. Actually doing this without our ingenuity buff is also dumb. Yeah, obviously if they're selling them for a loss, you should buy them rather than craft them, but you can't always guarantee on somebody selling them for a loss. Can they multi-craft? Yeah, they can. I think we only make money on the multi-crafts by the looks of things. It's going to be the multi-craft procs that gives us a... Even the multi-craft proc didn't make us anything by the looks of things. Yeah, it might just be that they're being sold at a loss right now. But then again, it depends on exactly what numbers Craft Sim's using. Yeah, in that case, it is looking better to just buy them by the looks of things. If we go frameworks, forged frameworks at Q2. Yeah, people are literally just giving these away at 70 gold. Like, they're just giving them away. I'll buy 100. Did we? I didn't spend any. In fact, I've got 8 minutes on this. I didn't spend any flipping concentration on my blacksmith. I'm so out of practice with this. The irony of doing this like twice a week and I'm yet still out of practice with it is mental. But let's just make some charged alloys, I reckon. Maybe not charged alloys. Maybe iron claw alloys. Get some iron claw alloys on the go. 10,000 crowns for you or another streamer. I have no idea what that means, but welcome in. Twos and what do you want me to use? Oh, you want the forged frameworks as well. Surprise, surprise. 24% ingenuity. Buffed. Right, let's go. See how many we can get. It seems to be that most professions are holding on tight to about 5 gold, 4 to 5 gold per point of concentration right now. And holding on tight. It seems to be that when it gets... Maybe that's the tipping point for people to just not be bothered. Right, there we go. We burnt through all of that. Our expected was here. We outperformed, which is nice. We were a little bit above average that time. I'm finding sales are really slowing recently, doing a ton of relisting, used to selling enchants with just within seconds of them listing. Yeah, I was mentioning about this earlier. I, for the most part, have pretty much given up selling anything right now. I'm just sat on it. I'm just going to throw it on my bank character and just sit on it for a while. Obviously, you can't do that unless you've got millions of gold. But I tend to think we are pretty much at the absolute pits of the prices right now. We are in the hardcore lull of the expansion launch. 11.0.7, the filler patch comes out on the 17th, which is what, 8 days time? So a week tomorrow. So we've still got another week until we get the filler patch. When we get the filler patch, I then suspect we will very quickly get the 11.1 PTR. And historically, the very second we get the PTR, prices start to rise. Because that's the point where people start thinking and start being able to see what's coming. Right now, anybody that's buying materials and sitting on them right now is entirely speculating. You've got no proof of what's coming in any way, shape, or form. But as soon as we get the 11.1 PTR, people can go and people can see what's happening. And then people start buying materials and goblins start rising the prices of things and it goes a bit bonkers. And then until probably the middle of February when 11.1 will actually launch. And then we'll see what Season 2's demand brings with it. But I think we're at almost the cheapest prices that anything's going to be for quite some time now. And so hence why trying to sell shit right now is just like trying to draw blood from a stone. Because realistically nobody wants or needs anything right now. Taking a month off over Christmas is the main season out in February. It'll be February. There's 2 dates in February which it could be. Either it's going to be February... Where's it gone? February the 11th or February the 18th. It'll be one of these dates. I think we can pretty accurately claim that it will be one of these two. Just by the fact that Blizzard has been pretty good at keeping to this 8-week patch cadence, which means that unless something drastic changes, it will land on one of these 2 dates. Yeah, they've moved Plunderstorm as well. Plunderstorm's also been moved. This is what makes me think that they'll... Where did Plunderstorm go? They've moved it. I don't know when it starts and when it finishes now. They moved it to the end of January, beginning of March, beginning of February. Where is it? Is it not even on the map anymore? On the thing anymore? Maybe it's only on the calendar for PTR. Either way, they've moved it so it doesn't finish until, like, here, I think. It's only weird because launching it on the 11th or the 18th, the 18th kind of makes a lot more sense to me because it then won't be clashing with something like Love is in the Air. Not that they really care about that sort of stuff particularly much, but it would be weird if they launched the season here and we got a brand new zone and while everybody is still trying to farm Love Rockets. That'll piss people off a treat if everybody's trying to run through 50 Love Rocket kills every day and they drop a new patch and it gets in the way of people's Love Rocket farming. Heaven forbid. Just loot it, man. You know, just hop on your Love Rocket. Just call it quits, you know. Just get on it. Just go. What's your problem? But it's yeah, my money's on these 2 dates, I think. I love how I went into Windows to check the calendar when there's one in game, but you know what I mean. Right, let's craft some shit here before I run out of all these buffs that I've carefully curated. Q2s, Q2s, Q2s as default all the way. I got distracted by making forged frameworks, but we've done that now. Best optimized, still 10 gold plus on the concentration charts. We take that. What's the crafting cost? It costs 2,300 to press the button before resourcefulness procs, which are never going to be great because we don't stack resourcefulness, but concentration saved. It's a good start. Concentration saved again. How we doing, Pack B? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. More concentration saved. Ooh, and again. Oh, and again. Ha! Ah, never lucky. So we were ever so even with 10 crafts, we were actually ever so slightly under the expected value on those, but only by a fraction. I love that little graph now, by the way. I'm using that all the time to see, did I hit it big? Did we win? Are you winning, son? What the fuck is this tune, by the way? My playlist today was actually, I've been listening to Post Malone's new F1 Trillion album. It's a lot more Western than his usual stuff, but it's got some absolute bangers on it. But it does mean that Spotify now thinks I'm wearing cowboy boots, which is not necessarily what I want. Could bang some Christmas tunes on. Do we want a bit of Frank in the background? Can we do a bit of Frank? Is it time for a bit? I haven't got my Christmas hoodie on, actually. I haven't decorated the studio. There's many reasons for this, but the biggest one being that I've not been well over the last few days. But maybe we just get some Christmas tunes on the go. Who doesn't love a bit of Frank? Can have a bit of Frank in the background. Obviously, if you're not Team Frank, then there's always YouTube. No tunes on YouTube. I don't know if anybody else has felt this, but I was more Christmassy in November than I have been in December. I don't know why. I was doing Christmas shopping, I was getting all festive, I was, sampling, like we went to Christmas markets, I was way more festive in November. Now December's actually turned up, I'm just in semi-panic mode that, oh shit, it's Christmas in 2 weeks. One is not prepared. I don't know if anybody else has felt the same, but it's kind of thrown me a little bit.
Winds guide you.
It probably doesn't help that I haven't actually got Mrs. Manthias a Christmas present yet. I know what she wants, but what she wants is really boring. She wants some new AirPods, but I can't think of anything more boring to buy her for Christmas. Yet, I know her other alternative is going to be, well, get me a voucher for a spa day, and that's, in my mind, equally as boring. I need to come up with something smarter. Where's me ladies at? Where's my body type 2s in chat? Give me some wifey Christmas ideas that aren't AirPods or a voucher for a spa, because I'm mostly considering both of those options being boring AF. I hate buying people boring gifts. Twitch chat must have a much better idea. Hang on, we were talking about love rockets. Should probably use it. Lol. sneaks up on you. It does. It genuinely does. Like, Christmas, all of a sudden, you're like, oh, it's not even December yet. It's miles away. And then December turns around, and then boom! All of a sudden, it's Christmas. Have some Christmas. And you literally have nothing you can do about it. Where is all the treasures? There's one. We got to do some treasures because we've got to do some enchanting catch up. Not strictly needed, but I don't want to leave it too far behind. 30 or so points is far enough for me to spend 20 minutes doing it. There's one of them. Oh shit, hit the thing again. Oh shit, don't stand in those. I mean, oh no, family friendly. If I don't get the blacksmithing ones, it's not a problem, because I couldn't care about the blacksmithing treasures. I only need the 2 enchanting ones. So let's see if the game will bless me here. Oh, there's one. Weirdly, you know, I'm kind of looking forward to a bit of Plunderstorm action. Plunderstorm was fun, you know. Oh, it's going to be so different this time, though, because one of the advantages of Plunderstorm when we had it first time round was that fucking nobody knew what they were doing. A meta had not evolved. The problem this time round is you're going to have absolute sweat lords on day one. Because everybody's done it before. I'm hoping that with Plunderstorm they sort of switch it up. I hope they add a bunch of new abilities, so it's not just flipping whirly whirl and die situation, you know. I hope they mix it up. What are you? Oh, critter. What if this year went to Adele concert next year, to Ed Sheeran, Imagine Dragons? Oh, that's a plan. Tickets to a something, yeah. Comedy shows in between. Who is funny and is playing in Helsinki next year? Helsinki comedy. Who is funny and is playing in Helsinki next year? It needs to be somebody that's funny. The irony is my wife doesn't really like many Finnish comedians. I need, like, I don't know, Sarah Millican or somebody of that nature. Russell Howard. Oh, cheeky bit of Russell Howard. She'd love a bit of Russell Howard. That could be a banger of an idea. Hang on, I want to make sure this doesn't dox me in any way, but bit of Russell Howard might not go amiss, you know. Bit of Russell Howard potentially. Nobody else is crazy enough to come to Finland in the winter, though. That's the problem. Michelle Wolf. Don't like Michelle Wolf. Ramesh. Ooh. Ooh. Not till June, though. Not till June. So many vowels on one page. Yeah, welcome to Finnish. Bit of Russell Howard action. I'm incredibly scared this is going to dox me in some way. Not that I'm logged in, but... Right, that's an absolute banger of an idea, boys and girls. Automatic seat booking. You select the price, we select the seats. Search for the seat yourself. Anywhere but the front row. Anywhere but the front row. Okay. There is no front row options available either way. But there's loads of seats available. Boys and girls, you've absolutely smashed it. Who suggested that? Fuzzy. Absolute gem. Absolute gem. You fixed my Christmas problem in one go. And she absolutely won't expect that. I'll get her a pair of AirPods just so she's got something to open. But that's an absolute banger of an idea. Smashed it out the park there. Thank you. I'm so shit at coming up with gifts, and that's an absolute classic. Musicians are all going on world tour next year. Why is this then? Are we finally so far out of COVID that people feel like they can leave the country again? Maybe that's it. Oh shit, I'm not on a hunter. That threw me. I started pressing kill command and kill command wasn't killing. Oh, order up with updated Q3 mats. Oh, okay, nice. Oh shit, I've just used all my concentration. I was meant to save some concentration to do that dude's order. Oops. He's going to be... Well, if I don't get it, somebody else will. Any other blacksmiths online? Any other blacksmiths want to go craft this dude his axe? I told him he needs to use Q3 mats, and then I've gone and burnt all of my concentration. Do I have 20 points in blacksmithing? Oops. I've got 8 points. 8 points might be enough. No, I'd still need 421 concentration. And I have 106. Whoops. Whoops. Yeah, there's a guild order up for a pickaxe. He should have replaced it with Iron Claw alloys at Q3 now. But I would need to put more points in here than I would need 20 points in here to be able to do his guaranteed at Q5. Unfortunately. And I've accidentally burnt all of my concentration. Feel bad. If somebody can go fill that guild order, they're a genius. He's paying 5k, or at least he was. I kind of forgot. He took too long. One, he took too long, and two, I'm an absolute scatterbrain.
In this season, the Unbound adorn their ramoliths with flowers, symbolizing harmony and their
There's also the possibility that they're lurking in chat as well. So if you are, I apologise, I've burnt all my concentration and forgot. There's a treasure. You got to get her what she asked for, though. Well, yeah, that is always the risk, isn't it? If you go against what has been asked for, you are literally setting yourself up to fail. But in my opinion, she's asked for boring shit. So I'll get her one of the boring things, and I'll get her something that I think is cool. Some tickets to go see Russell Howard live. I think she'll be more than happy with. And if she's not, then I'll go by myself. I'll really rub it in and I'll take assist or something. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? I wouldn't do anything so dastardly. Right, come on, where's these treasures then? Where's these treasures at? There's one. Yoink. I like Rep Paladins, you know. Rep Paladins just feel like they just go boom and shit dies, which is always fun. Like when you press cooldowns, you want everything around you to just die. And I should point out, I've got like 500 item level gear. I'm not geared so things go boom. It's just every 2 minutes or whatever when my cooldowns are up, I can kill everything in sight, which feels good. Hit like a wet fish outside of that, but who cares? It's all about cooldown windows. Have I had... Oh, I've only had 2 of the treasures. Is that a treasure, dude? It was a treasure, dude. Somebody else is stealing all my treasures. All my precious. There's one. Hands off. Mine. Mine, 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 or mine. Now we wreck him. Boom! That's such a cool ability. When it pops off, actually ridiculous. Hammer of Light. Just absolutely nuked him. If I accidentally get this crystalline repository and don't notice it because I'm a scatterbrain, please somebody shout at me. Oh, this dude's clearly doing the same. Oh no, you're a Guardian Druid. You're absolutely farming. Can I find no treasures? Christmas? It's not the words. My voice is not good for singing today either. Holy. Well, it never is, but I thought I'd get that in before you guys did. One thing I've never learned, I've been streaming now pretty consistently for about 4 years. And one thing I've never understood is how people can stream for like 8 hours a day, every day. Like, my voice is cooked after like 3 or 4 hours. I don't know if it's the way I articulate stuff, or I don't know what it is, but people who can just talk for 8 hours a day, I'm like, one, how do you have so much shit to say, for starters? Secondly, how is your voice not completely burnt out by the end of the day? It's why I don't do like 12-hour or 24-hour streams or anything along those lines. Because I can do one, but then I'm taking a week off. Like, I can do one, but then you ain't going to see me for a week. Your choice.
Unraveling the Earthling's past
because I won't talk.
Titan's designs is crucial.
Oh, that's so fun. Shit just goes boom. No bonking today. Hey, there it is. Crystalline repository. Right. Back to safety of a capital city. Back to the safety. Right, if we use this, did we do the weekly for enchanting? We did. Now we need to disenchant all of this lot. Then we can disenchant 33 more to get fully caught up. Is the plan here. Now, I'm clearly not very good at disenchanting. But, you know, crystals, free crystals are free crystals. This should give us our epic one. There it is. Now we need 33 more to get the rest of this. Here's a question. Have I considered slamming points in here? Apparently not. Now I could. There's nothing stopping me. We could slam 30 points in there and 30 points in here. Means we might get better results off these disenchants. Alternatively, I've clearly been saving these for some reason. Not really much of a reason. I'm just going to slam them in here, you know. Slam them in. We might as well get as much of a yield off our disenchanting here. Now, I'm 1 point short. Well, we can fix that. Boom. With these extra 33 points, we could even go as far as filling one of these nodes out as well. Plus all of this lot. Do we want to do that? I don't know. Oh, should we check that dude's order, actually? Did anybody manage to get to it? I'm going to feel bad if we leave him hanging now. I shouldn't have burnt all my concentration. I think one thing they need to add is a consumable concentration. Or they should allow you to flask up your concentration or something along those lines. There needs to be some way for, in silly scenarios like this, where I've oh, nobody got to it, oh dear. Scenarios where I have made a boo-boo by spending all of my concentration. There should be some way to quickly, but probably not cheaply, gain a shitload more concentration. Because the only way I can do this is with the concentration now. I've got 8 points that I can put in there, but it's not going to be enough. I would need all 20 points in there to be able to fill this order for this dude now. Because I've burnt my concentration like a donut. I'm for equality for blacksmithing and engineering because they need to go outside for the Brutosaurs. Blacksmiths do. Engineers can actually be outside, by the way. Concentration potions in the shop. Let's go. For the low, low price of $99.99. Oh, shit. Maybe not that route, but... Make it soulbound, can carry 5 max on a character if they want 300 stored or 250 redeemed or something like that. Yeah, something along those lines. Something that maybe just so that you can bank it. Let's say you know that you're not going to be able, you're going away for a week or something. You know, this is why I think the bar of 1,000, because you get, what is it? How much do you actually get per week? You get 240 a day times 7. You get 1,680 concentration a week. So 1,000 is kind of like 4 days. A little over 4 days. 4 and a bit days. I think they should up it to 2,000 so that you can store at least a week's worth. You can go away for a week and come back and not have lost out any concentration. Or they should do it so that you can, like, flask it up, or yeah, making it soulbound, giving it a limit, kind of like how ever burning ignition is. This sort of feature, but for concentration, just to, like, I don't know. They should do some. Look at the amount of flipping. They did all of the Mountain Dew promos, right? Do an in-game Red Bull, right? Every profession can convert their concentration into Red Bulls. And, you know, when you need that little bit extra concentration, you just bang a Red Bull. Like, marketing genius, right? Blizzard, go speak to Red Bull. Get it on. Sort it out. Except paladins and priests, because they already have wings. Well, maybe they get a discount on their wings, yeah. Yeah, I think some sort of way to save at least a little bit of your concentration for a rainy day is maybe not a terrible idea, to allow you to, like, maybe extend the bar a bit. But, yeah, I don't know, we'll see. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was doing enchanting stuff, wasn't I? Trying to play catch up on enchanting. Such a scatterbrain today. What do we need? We need 33. Right, count them out. If we put that down there, then it will be 30. Are these rows of... Oh no, these are rows of 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, just keep pressing the button. I have 540 artisan security, and I have 2 blacksmithing knowledge books I need. Oh, can I... I can sort this dude out. I think I can fix my problems.
What do you seek?
Get that one. That's 10 knowledge points. That is another 1 knowledge point. 19! Oh, you absolute son of a bitch. Why does this game do this? In fact, 19's probably enough, isn't it? 19's got to be enough. This one pissing treasure. It's going to be the one treasure every time. It's like this game knows. Somebody's going to have done the order now anyway. Is that an indication I can do it? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Let's get this dude his thing. Who chickened me? Been turned into a chicken. And no procs. No procs. But we did it. We did it without the concentration. We fixed our problem. I'm proud of myself. Right. Back to business. The whole sort of debate about concentration could be a good YouTube video, you know. There's one easy way to get a wider perspective on this sort of stuff is just to ask Team YouTube in video form. Because one thing I have definitely learned is that Team YouTube is quite vocal when needed. Right, I don't know how many of these are. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 3 more, 1, 2, 3. Right, is that 33 of those? Right, disenchant them all. We should now be super duper mega big dick at disenchanting these and even get some Q3 crystals out of this as well. There's our first shimmering dust, 1 of 30 or so to go. Wow, we're clearly never lucky when it comes to Q3 crystals, holy. There we go. There we go. Bonus powder as well out of that. I forgot those were a thing. Oh, we'll get a whole bunch of bonus artisan security from these shimmering dusts as well. Easy work. Easy work. We might be able to get that last blacksmithing book just so it's not on my list anymore. If we can get that off our list, we should be good. I love this little weak aura. I love this little weak aura so much, but it still has that negative effect on me of I see it as a task list of shit to do. Even though it's meant to be there to like help you keep track of what you've already done, I more use it as a way to see what haven't I done yet. And I sometimes just like will buy these just to get them off the list. Is a disenchant on a Dark Moon deck cheaper or better these days compared to the blue tailoring wrists? Significantly easier because you don't need a tailor. And you can also just do what I've done, which is buy a shitload of the individual base cards. And then I just store these in the war bank. And I send them to any enchanter that needs them whenever they need them. Price-wise, I think actually, by the fact that I've just pulled 8 of these refulgent crystals from disenchanting those, I probably broke even. It probably didn't cost me a penny to do that. In theory, the tailoring ones, you can also then shatter the crystals down and probably make money on dust and stuff. It's probably much of a muchness. Either way. I just use these because it's easy. And I don't need a tailor to do half of the work. That moment when you need one more concentration point to do one more craft and now you sit there and wait for the number to change. Well, luckily it's only 6 minutes, I think. Is it 6 minutes? 10 per hour, which would be 1 every 6 minutes, yeah. 240 a day. Right, question is where am I going to use all of these points now? The real answer is I'm probably not. What I'm going to do is I'm going to buy that last blacksmithing book. Then I know I have 100 plus 40 build on both professions, all books, all everything bought. It then means any bonus artisan security can go into recipes, second or maybe even third tools. I need a second runed nullstone rod, actually. Maybe that might take no, actually, if my ingenuity one's on me, does that mean I have a second one already? No. I could do with a actual runes. I could do with a proper runed nullstone rod for actually crafting actual enchants. Ready for season 2. I want an ingenuity one for when we do concentration, but I then want an actual properly set up one. Resourcefulness for when I actually craft enchants. So I need a second one of those. These are 400 a piece as well, aren't they? So maybe... No, I want this off my list. I want this off my list. My priorities are not logical, but my priority is to get this off my list. And those 10 blacksmithing points actually can go to good use. Clearly we need one in here. Right, we'll have 59 artisan security left on this dude after doing this.
Stay the course.
There we go. Considering this is my main, like, this character literally has the Manthias name. This has been my paladin for 12, 13, 14 years probably. I should probably make sure this dude is up to spec as much as possible. Right, 1 bonus point in there because we can't leave that. We can't leave that hanging. That gives me 9 points, which is literally 1 off capping this. You absolute bag of dicks. That means I'm going to have to go get this flipping 1 treasure, aren't I? Because I can't leave that at 19. Not only is that 1 short of capping this node, it's 1 short of filling this tree. Oh, we are so close. First time craft? Oh. Well, I ain't crafting one of them, am I? Yeah, it's not about needing 1 more concentration. It's about needing 1 more knowledge point. I still have never crafted an artisan's sickle, even though I've picked up the recipe for it. Maybe my herbalism character could do with one. Oh, I bet your ass there's recipes I need to buy. No. We'll go and we'll go and get this 1 last treasure if it kills me. This is why I waste so much time playing this video game. Little things like this. You can't leave something at 19 out of 20 when there's 1 point staring you in the face. Just go get me. Optimal use of time? Definitely not. Optimal for proper brain positive mojo? Absolutely. There's a treasure. Get wrecked, blob. Oh, I hit him with everything I've got and he didn't die. He nearly killed me, son of a... My eyes are very well trained to spot these purple outlines, though. After 3 months of farming treasures, I can literally see these little purple blobs in my sleep. I have, like, magical treasure vision. And at least in this little area, it probably helps the fact that I know where every single one spawns. Do I not? Do I not have Word of Glory as a Ret Paladin? Apparently not. Or if I do, I'm apparently not using it. Do I have Word of Glory? I do have Word of Glory. Why am I not using it? I don't have a keybind for it. Oh, I do. I do have it keybound. Shift Q. And now I know. There we go. Boom! 1.2 mil crit. Okay, right. Still one more treasure. Come on, blobby boy, you always give me treasures. Especially if I get all of your... Come on. Game, don't do this to me. Never lucky. You kidding me? How much wax have we got? Oh, this thing's... Holy smokeroonie. These things have gone up in price. Look at my purchase data on these vials. I've bought 1,439 of them for anywhere between 7 gold and 740 gold. Oh my. Does that make... What? Oh my lord, what does that make flipping... What a tinderbox is that nowadays? Tinderbox Mafia at large. Nearly 2k a piece. Oh my god. Oh my god. I tell you what. I wish I listened to my own advice sometimes. I really wish I listened to my own advice. When these things were like 400, 300 gold a piece, when we had the vendor turn up for these, I said to people, these are going to be 1,500 gold plus still, and people laughed at me. I really, really, really wish I listened to my own advice sometimes and just bought 20 million gold of them at 500, like 400 gold a piece. I get the impression all armies are still pushing enchanters in a big way. People still want to press the button. Definitely. Oh, my voice is broken. Hang on. Give me a second, boys and girls. Right, okay, we might be better. Let's see. You should have followed your own advice so the prices would have stayed low. Well, yeah, it's the whole sunglasses thing, isn't it? If you don't take your sunglasses somewhere, you can bet your ass the sun's going to come out. If you take your sunglasses, the clouds will turn up and you won't need them. It's the same theory. Yeah, sometimes I should listen to my own advice more. And my logic was absolutely sound. My logic was like, they're 400 gold right now because there's a massive surplus of the other materials that convert into tinderboxes. Soon as all of those materials get consumed, those materials will rise in price dramatically, and then a tinderbox will just be valued at whatever 3 of the cheapest alternative is, which, surprise, surprise, is now 1,800 gold apiece. I was surprisingly close on my guesstimation of actual price as well. Not to mention, I think tinderboxes, dare I say it, saying this shit on the internet whilst live is always risky business, but I think 1,800 gold for these tinderboxes is probably an absolute fucking steal still. Because, like with many other materials, we're in an absolute mid-season lull right now. If they're 1,800 gold apiece during a period of time where realistically nobody wants them, they could easily be 5k again in Season 2.
Gratitude for nature's gifts.
Now, of course, more people will be doing delves, and so that will bring more of them into the market, but as we know, goblins will do goblin things to make sure the prices stay where they want them. I'm not very big on, like, speculative investments between patches, mostly because I'm overly cautious with pulling the trigger, especially on things that like are big tickets. But for those who are a little bit more into their gamba, I think this expansion we could see a pretty wild price difference between pre-season and, you know, 2 weeks into the season prices. And like I mentioned earlier, thaumaturgy might have a big part to play with this. Because if one material rises in price and rises in demand, even if it's only speculative, it will pull the price of a whole bunch of other shit up with it. Hello? I got a random ass green item? Okay, sure. An upgraded one as well. How's it upgraded? Oh, because it has leech on it. Huh. Interesting. Unironically, I think that's an upgrade. It actually is. With having leech on it, that's actually probably worth considerably more than the 258 gold that TSM thinks it's worth, actually. But I ain't never going to bother selling it, so maybe we just put it on. And disenchant this one, so then we don't have a choice. Wait, whoa, hello, large brilliant shards. Why am I getting large brilliant shards for disenchanting the War Within stuff? Oh, I bet it was a time walking bit of gear, wasn't it? Okay, stupid game. Have I killed this dude for the week? Probably haven't, you know. You want to see something really bad? You want to see something almost borderline embarrassing? Have you seen my renowns? I've still not capped any of my renowns. Such a filthy casual. The second I got them to like 12 and 14 for the knowledge point books, I was just like, yeah, no, done. Couldn't be bothered. World quests? No thanks. It's because I haven't opened all the things, though. As soon as I open all the things for the War Within, it's game over, because that'll be when I want to start farming and killing every rare to get all of the drops that they have. Because I might as well be doing it while I still get something from it, even if it doesn't drop the thing I really want. If it drops rep for me, it's of value to kill it. Even if it doesn't drop me the, you know, the cosmetic or the item or the whatever it is. In before Kahani turns around and tells me he's capped all of them and is 99% on all the things. hate these ones. I tend to just not bother trying to get them and just mount up and then fly back through them. Not a single treasure. I got myself some slushy apple juice. I'm going with the theory that if my throat is hurting, some direct vitamin C should fix the job. Never lucky. I don't actually have ATT active normally, so I don't know. There it is. There's the causeway thing. How can you, I mean, you've got like 40k plus achievement points. How can you have a bajillion achievement points and not use all the things? That doesn't make any sense. Right. That, though, will give me the final point in there. Bish, bash, bosh. 10 ingenuity when you're using Everburning Ignition. Alright, Everburning Forge. Done. Means of production. We are 20, 40, 60, 80 points away from being done, donezo, done. And we're 109 points away. Which in theory leads me to believe there's players out there already that have this tree full and this tree full. Obviously that will have mean they won't have put any points into weaponsmithing or armor smithing, but unless you're doing work orders, why would you? But there's theoretically been the opportunity at least to have all of this and all of this capped by now. I've just been a filthy casual when it comes to doing the crafting orders, clearly. But, you know, blacksmithing orders, even we're not that wealthy. Right, let's get some stuff sent where some stuff needs to be sent. So let's go. That was a very long-winded way of tinkering with this profession, but the rest, all these forged frameworks are going to need to go in the war bank along with all of these other mats. The refulgent crystals at Q3, I do actually consume these quite frequently. There's times during the week where using a single Q3 crystal saves you just enough concentration for you to be able to press the button again, which is useful. Right, that lot can then go away. The rest goes in the war bank, I think. Deposit warbound items. Bish bash bosh. In you go. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Right. That means then, for all intensive purposes, this dude is also done for the week. Nice. Did we spend our enchanting points anywhere? We didn't. Since I've put points in here, it's not a terrible idea for me to maybe put points in uncommon as well. I'm just thinking for the purpose of shattering, it would mean that this dude can be very good at shattering. No, that's a lie. Because I don't have the right tool. That's another reason why I need a fully resource-spec'd ruined nullstone rod to then be able to be optimal for shattering as well. My other enchanter has that set up. Yeah, okay. Do I want to go and do... Do I want to go do my Oathsworn strength? I need to go do the Awakening the Machine, don't I? I need to go do this so that we can at least... This is, I think, the only recipe I'm going to actually have to proactively farm for. I think all of the others I can technically buy them or unlock them. Drop from spreading the light? I have no idea what that means. What the hell is spreading the light? That's the Hallowfall thing, right? That sounds like the Hallowfall event. That might be something else I actually need to do. The rest of these we can either buy them slash buy them slash unlock them, acquire them, purchase them from vendors. Wow, that's like 600 artisan security worth of enchants there. The recipe for the Radiant Powers dropped hard. It was like 5 to 8k before it was up to 30. Where's this one? Oh, Priory of the Sacred Flame. The dungeon. Are people just actively farming it? It's the 4 flames over in Hallowfall. Yeah, the Hallowfall weekly stuff. Okay. So I'm going to have to kind of get into the habit of doing that. Maybe we do our Awakening the Machine chance. It's not far away, is it? Considering we're level 80, we should do it. Yeah, there's definitely part of me that thinks that I'm at a point now where I should start trying to chip away and collect all of the Season 1 recipes. Because 2 things will happen. Either the Season 1 recipes will tank in value due to Season 2 bringing newer, bigger, better, fancier, shinier options. Or there's always the option...
Today,
complete 20 waves. Alright, sure. There's always the option
measure twice, cut
that
once.
when we go into Season 2, the price of Season 1 goes up because just by proxy of the fact that less people are doing Season 1 content. It's always a little bit 50-50.
Watch my back while I commune with the machine.
So I kind of want to make sure I've collected most of the Season 1 stuff ahead of time. Oh, this is more difficult on a melee character. I suppose Ret Paladins, at the very least, have some ranged ability. Still not that hard, though, eh? I'm so used to being a hunter and just send pet in, kill everything. Job done. Do I have to speak to you again? Are we good? For the Oathsworn, do you only need to do the first 5 waves? Or do you actually need to do all 20? You just need to be able to open the box, right?
Hope you brought. Watch my back while I commune with the machine.
If you interrupt the casters, they just disappear. You don't need to kill them. Yeah. Does Rebuke have any form of range? I don't think it does it? I don't have a ranged interrupt. I can either stun them. Get off. It's enough to just walk over the exploding ones. Right, so you're dead. Alright, we got this. Easy business. I usually get my pet to do this beam business. Don't have a pet. Usually sacrifice the pet. Look, pet, you go take a bunch of damage. Who cares? What else we got? You're easy. What the fucking hell does this do? I've not done this for ages. Why have I got balls on me? I don't want balls on me. Get your balls off my face. There we go. A few flash of lights. Job done.
Time to fix things. Watch my back while I commune with the machine.
Fuck you, medbot. And no medical supplies for you today. Correct. Oh, a healing. Oh my god, there was a beam going off and I didn't even know. Whoops. Whoops.
Get this done.
Are you good? You're fine. Let's give you a heal. Boop. In fact, can I just heal this dude myself? Is multi-craft the best stat on a tool for inscription? Under most circumstances, yes. Inscription does benefit from 100% refund on ingenuity, but I have crafted all 3 tools on my enchanter to like physically see it with my own eyes. What happens? I still get better results from using multi-craft with resourcefulness than I do fully ingenuity build. But under normal circumstances, yes, you want... yes.
Measure twice, cut
bubble that off me? Oh, get off, son of a bitch. How are you? Oh, you're still absolutely Gucci. Right, 15. 5 to go. Oh shit, no, I'm meant to be healing me.
Measure
Right,
twice.
that'll do.
Watch my back
We
while I
got
commune
this.
with the machine.
I do like Red Paladins. They are just fun, aren't they? They run around and they just slam shit and shit dies. It's just a fun class to play. I don't even know how Ret Paladin does in terms of like DPS meters and stuff these days. But they are just fun. Right, you go boom. You go boom.
Time to fix things.
It's easier just to give him one of these. Boop. Oh shit, they all spawned in one go. Oh, this isn't good. I've cocked this up a tree. Cooldowns. There's a maintenance dude in here somewhere and I can't see his ass. Where is he? There he is. Are you good? Oh, you're absolutely golden, mate. Easy. Can't really avoid that, can I? I'm sure there is a way of it. Boom! Right, incoming recipe. You ready? World first. Stupid game. Stupid game. Stupid game. Stupid game.
Measure twice, cut once.
Or is it actually out of that cache you get it? Oh, it's out of this cache you get it. Whoops. Still stupid game? Still stupid game. 587 veteran. Well, an upgrade's an upgrade. Alright, cool. We tried. Never lucky. Game hates us. What's in our mailbox? What What's in the mailbox? Lost item? No attachment. Oh, great. I lost nothing. Thanks for that. Cheers, Blizzard. Appreciate it. Right. Next dude, then. Next dude. What have you got in the mailbox? What have you been selling? Mr. Thaumaturgy Crafter. Gaming Week at my local electronics store? What does Gaming Week relate to? A week after Black Friday. What could they possibly be selling me this week? By the looks of things, nothing. Oh shit! MacBook Air, M2 MacBook Air, €900. That's not bad. Nothing particular. Nothing particularly interesting. Right. Oh shit! Weekly quests. I've not even done my weekly quests. Hello. Have I? Oh my god! I maybe have not touched this character at all this week. And it's Monday already.
What brings you here?
Oh dear. Oh dear. Clearly a few days behind on this one then. Oh, sold some shit though. Go on. Casual 200k gold in my mailbox. Don't mind if I do. Yoink. Love that shit. Nothing beats accidentally finding 200k in your mailbox. Now, let's hope I didn't have to spend more than 200k to get those materials in the first place, but I guess we'll now never know. Let's do engineering first, because it's stinky. And always causes me grief. Public orders, guild orders, patron orders. Wow, I've got to do what, 2 of these minimum? Do those next couple. About this one. That's only a single flicker item. That'll do. Odds on there being any value from concentration here? The energy redistribution beacons is what I've been throwing my... Oh, I've got no scrap. Oh. Well, that really screws the pooch, doesn't it? If I've got no scrap, then we're clearly not doing shit. This is why I put a bunch... Or this is why I've been putting a bunch of points into parts. So then I can craft parts, sell parts, generate scrap, use concentration. Such a weird way around the system, but okay. Does that little vendor on the right have extra scrap to buy? They do occasionally, yeah. Only in very small quantities, though. Like 3 or 4 at a time. Oh shit, that doesn't look great either, does it? 2 alchemy ones. Well, we win on that one, we lose on this one, and we ignore the rest. Unless... no. Now... I should thaumaturgize something first time every day anyway. What I haven't figured out is what's the best thing to thaumaturgize just randomly for my daily first of the day bonus. Should I also be using something like Q3 Microbloom in here? Just to, Q3 Microbloom with a bit of concentration for the first time of the day? Probably not. Doesn't this turn into lure drop? It has the chance to. Weaver Cloth, Bismuth, never lucky. That gives us a Blasphemite. We can then go and probably do... My suspicion is that we just slam points into the flasks either way. Oh, actually, first time craft bonuses. No, I have done my first time craft on all of these. Ominous Herbs is probably not a terrible one to use concentration on even. Since the, if you bang out a bunch of low drop, it's GG. I don't know, let's just make flasks. It's easier to just make flasks and not worry about it. Can we actually make Q3 of these now with concentration? We can. Oh my god, we are so bad at making them though. We're so bad at making them that we get basically 2 gold concentration value. Which makes us just terrible at making those now. 22 points is nearly enough to spam flasks though. No points in here though is going to hinder us dramatically. Yeah, I almost want to save these in case like a big dick potion or a flask or something happens in season 2. I don't want to just arbitrarily spend them for no reason. Does mean my use for concentration is limited. Is there... No, because we haven't put points in here. I was just thinking, is there any consideration for using concentration on our discovery in order to get cheap flasks? But we don't get flasks unless we've also got full points in here, which isn't happening. Are we still just doing this? I have a sneaky suspicion this is just my best use of concentration. It says on average we lose, but I don't trust Craft Sim on this. Because Stormdust, Bismuth at Q3 are both more valuable. Profitable craft in before all of your intermediates. 10 Stormdust. Weaver Cloth, Bismuth. 10 Weaver Cloth. Took a loss on that one. It must not be Myco Bloom that gives us lure drop then. What gives us what spits out? Where's Drizzling Rose's sheet? I linked it in my recent video. I can never remember what turns into what. We zoom out a touch. Yeah, go away. Lure drop converts into Orbinid, Gloom Chitin, and a Kyrite. And so same in reverse. Oh, I should be using quality 3 Gloom Chitin for my concentration then, shouldn't I really? As that has the chance to then spit out lure drop at Q3, which would be the big win. Gloom Chitin Q3. We did that. Oh, I haven't got enough concentration now, you donut. But that should actually be the right way to use concentration, I think. As if that procs lure drop, you just win. Okay, well I know for next time. Okay, that's actually this character mostly done. Ew, gross. Did we get many orders done? Not really. We are a country mile away. Do I have artisan security on this dude? No, 140. Haven't even used me books for the week. 3 university careers simpler than thaumaturgy sheets? Oh, absolutely. Every time I talk about thaumaturgy, I try to kindly remind people that it's an absolute mathematical clusterfuck. And that if you get your head around it, if you can get your head around it, I'm sure that you can probably squeeze some gold out of it.
You wish to speak?
But it's absolutely not a get-rich-quick scheme like most people are looking for.
Winds be at your back.
You're competing directly against some absolutely massive brains, which is always going to put you at a disadvantage. I'm not sure there's really much else I need to do with this toon. I'm absolutely not flying around, pissing around with treasures. I guess we need to put some mats in the war bank, don't mind. I need to, how in the world do I burn through Corway Catalyst in a productive enough fashion? How do you turn this into something more useful? There's an avenue of alchemy I've not discovered. Now the only use for it is in the researches, right? Or, yeah, it comes from neutralizing. But alternatively, your only use is in wild experimentation. This kind of means... It doesn't mean a lot, does it? It means you are going to need 20 of a herb, such as Dum-Dum level Mycobloom, for example, would be my assumption here. Are all 3 versions of Mycobloom basically the same price? They are. 2 points? You shitting me? Do you have the 12 Pains of Christmas in the playlist? No. This is just some Frank Sinatra Christmas playlist. Which means if it's not Frank, it probably doesn't exist. Welcome in, Jack. How we doing? Good morning, or good afternoon, even. Am I right in assuming, where's my absolute top tier alchemists? I'm assuming these 2 points are not possible, right? I mean, I've got Goblin Prio and everything on the go here, so I'm assuming these 2 points are not possible. You can't ever get your wild experimentation to spit out quality 3 potions and flasks without using concentration. I think that's probably a very deliberate thing, isn't it? Otherwise, yeah, because otherwise you kind of end up in a position where thaumaturgy alchemists then actually become best in slot at producing all of the other shit. Because what's the cost of 20 Mycobloom? We're talking, let's just call it 9 gold a piece. 180 gold to get a quality 3. Yeah, okay. That's not going to be possible, is it? That's carefully calculated to make sure you can't do that. Even if I put 2 points in here, though, gaining +1 skill to potions, flasks, and vial recipes that use the herb. Yeah, there we go. There's another very carefully phrased tooltip. Even if you put points in here, that's not going to affect this because it's not a flask, a thingy, or something else. Yeah. Okay. So there isn't really a burn process for core catalysts as it stands right now. Unless you can use this to spit out quality 2 potions. But I doubt it, because quality 2 potions are not going to be worth more than 180 gold, are they? Especially when you go boom on your first attempt because you forgot to use a flipping stupid thing. What do we get? We got 1 draft of shocking revelations, which has an auction value of 6 gold. Yeah, okay. That's both clever, but it also completely destroys most of the value of pressing this button ever again. Which, when I was looking at alchemy before the expansion launched, I was really excited to see that this might be a clever little gameplay loop to make you keep pressing your button even after you've learned everything. What I would point out is that the game is telling me that there's still shit I need to learn from this, which I don't believe is true. Because the alchemy stone is a recipe that you purchase, and both the cauldrons come from spectries. So why the Christ on a bicycle? Does that still... Oh no, you have learned all there is to learn from this experimentation. Whoops. Whoops. I read it wrong. For some reason I added the word still in there. You still have to learn something from this experimentation. I thought it was kind of quite cool as a gameplay loop that you could keep pumping herbs into this with your catalyst and play the gamba on getting something good out the other end of it. But if you can't ever guarantee this at quality 3, regardless of what you put in it, you're always 2 points short. Probably 7 points short if you're not a goblin. And that it's going to cost you 200 concentration. 201 concentration as well, meaning you can still only press the button 4 times. What a bag of dicks. Yeah, there's no way around that, is there? Alright. This is what some people don't realise about the professions. They are so very cleverly tuned so that there's nothing particularly game-breaking in them. It's both a testament to their design, but also a massive frustration because there's no skill gap. You can't be clever and do something and achieve something that most others can't to gain an edge. Oh well. I was hoping there was some way to burn through these core catalysts, but there just isn't, is there? There just isn't. I'm assuming it's the same over here. Oh, that's interesting. That, though, might lead to a... this could be an interesting way to burn artisan security, you know. Instead of buying the bags, 10 microbloom is like 90 gold. Your core catalyst is considered a byproduct of thaumaturgy, so for all intensive purposes, you're mostly going to consider this free. Yeah, you're mostly going to consider this free. Your artisan security, this is a nice artisan security dump instead of buying recipe bags. Because you can actually guarantee this. Oh no, wait, but this is on a 24-hour cooldown as well, isn't it? Oh, okay, well that's the caveat then. You can burn 5 artisan security a day instead of it slowly stacking up. and you can burn through 6 core catalysts a day. Well, that's not really going to be a bit of a dump for them then, based upon how many you get via thaumaturgy. Okay, yeah. Core catalysts is just nothing you can do with them then. That's a shame. Is there some maths to say that repeatedly doing wild experimentation would be viable, though? It's all dependent on price, isn't it? If using Q3 can't guarantee you quality 3 here, then there's no reason to push. So in essence, you just use the absolute bog standard cheapest, which is probably going to be Q1. But even then, you're not, because Q1 and Q3 is basically the same price, you're not saving anything. But you're not gaining anything either. You'd have to have quality 2 potions being more than the cost of 20 Mycobloom, which is unlikely to never happen. Unlikely to ever happen. Flasks, on the other hand, flasks have a greater chance of, you put herbs in, you burn your core catalyst, and you have the chance of getting flasks out. That level of gamba might possibly, if you're really lucky, it's what are we saying here? 7 gold a piece. 7 times 20 is 140. It's 140 gold a button press. It depends on just how lucrative this node actually ends up being. You may sometimes recover flasks as a result of experimenting with Mycobloom. It depends what the actual proc chance of that is. If I had 40 points, I'd test it. But I don't have 40 points. I've only got 29. 40 points in this would mean that you could spam that button, hoping to get quality 2 flasks. What are quality 2 flasks at price-wise? $150 gold a piece, 4 gold, 180, 130, 140, 184, 114. Wow, that doesn't even work then, does it? That in essence means that it'd have to proc, not just sometimes, but 100% of the time. And it just isn't. Yeah. I don't think there's really any scenario where that gameplay loop is going to work mathematically. Which weirdly makes all of these end of node capstones basically pointless. Basically pointless. Because as soon as you've learned all the recipes, you have no sensible reason to press these buttons ever again. Which is a shame. Because they clearly wanted you to. They clearly wanted that to be a gameplay loop. But everything else hasn't worked out so that it's a thing. Yeah, these are all entirely pointless. Sometimes recovering flasks when experimenting doesn't mathematically work. What a shame. Loving the Christmas music? Hey, well, it is nearly Christmas after all. The more I look at the current professions, the more I think that the old approach was better overall. Less interesting perhaps, but more stable, predictable, and profitable overall. I don't think it's got anything to do with the professions. It's difficult because we can't compare very easily, but I think it's 99% more due to the fact that the region-wide auction house is a thing. Since the concept of profitability is still something that is only achievable by the top percent of crafters. Now, when every realm had its own mini economy, it was much easier to be one of those top percentage crafters on your realm. There was always that, that tail end of the sentence that you could be a top tier crafter on your realm. Still meant that you were probably pretty good at what you did, but you weren't competing with the absolute best of the best on a region-wide scale. It's difficult to do a comparison because we have not really had the old crafting system with the region-wide auction house and vice versa. If they gave us the old school crafting system now, with the region-wide auction house, there is absolutely no way that anybody would craft anything, because nothing would ever be more than 2% profitable, because the whole system was just way too simple. You have to have friction, you have to have this complexity, you have to have that unpredictability in order to find a gap. Because if the crafting system, I think now, was like it used to be, very, very simple, very, very straightforward, it just fundamentally wouldn't work. There'd be no point in engaging with it in any way, shape, or form. I think there almost needs to be some level of complexity to balance out the fact that everybody's competing against absolutely everybody else now. And this is why they added concentration, I think, to give some reason for most people to press a button in their professions. Because without concentration, Dragonflight was a great example of this. Without concentration, you were often foolish to even try and craft anything. Because Dragonflight showcased that region-wide competitiveness plus min-maxed build still wasn't enough for people to be able to find a gap in the market, for example. And inspiration was just a massive gamble for most people, that you had to hope, and it was nothing more than a hope. Inspiration meant that you had to hope that you could sell twice as much quality 2 shit that nobody wanted in order to cover the cost of the quality 3 stuff that everybody actually wanted. There was like twice as much waste produced relative to what everybody wanted. This is why Dragonflight was also a bit weird. And even with fully max builds in Dragonflight, you were like, well, I'm at the mercy of RNG here. Even if I craft 1 million of something to work towards perfect mathematical averages, you'd get fucked over by somebody with a racial bonus that, you know, had less waste, less waste quality 2 products. So I think there needs to be that complexity, because without it, you've got no chance. Do I have a Christmas theme for the stream? I thought about looking at getting some sort of Christmassy overlay or something to sort of spice it up a touch, but I tried to keep my stream UI pretty straightforward anyway. I should put my Christmas jumper on though, mind. Anyway, that was a nice little trip down theory lane. Didn't actually produce anything interesting. I still don't have a way to burn these Coreway catalysts, but maybe one day. They'll sit in my bags for the rest of the expansion, stacking up and up and up and up and up. And eventually they'll all go in the bin, no doubt. Next dude. We can probably spam through crafters a little bit faster on these now. Stick the fireplace on the telly. That we could probably do. So it looks like the TV has a purpose for once. See, obviously you guys only ever see the TV being off. But the TV's on quite a lot. It's just it's not on while I'm streaming. In the evenings, for example, Mrs. Manthius is often watching something on it while I'm playing games or on Discord or something. Right, what have we done on this dude this week? Apparently not a lot. Oh, no, we have done something. Hang on, what's going on here then? Enchanting jewel crafting. Let's go check jewel crafting first. That's this dude's speciality. Because you're not allowed to show porn on a TV. Yeah, we get it. It's not used for that. Not even once. Right, let's grab Points in here. Oh, a guild order. Oh, this guild order's still here. I clearly don't have this recipe on any of my characters then. If I don't have it on this dude, I don't have it anywhere. We don't use it for that. Wink, wink. Look, she could be listening. Shush. In fact, she better not be listening because I was talking about her Christmas present earlier. Right, that'll do. They were first-time crafts as well. We're in a position to apparently only craft quick emeralds on this dude. Is that true? Yeah, mostly true. We're nearly there with onyxes, but just not quite. So let's make a bunch of these. Oh, we're out of engraved gem cutters. Now I can craft those. We need... What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Bismuth. Multi-craft. Why is it not swapping tools? Oh, because I've got it disabled for some reason. Multi-craft, go. There ain't no way these are profitable. We're losing gold on every one. Oh, unless we prop multi-craft. Or a 3. Or anything. Okay. Maybe they're profitable if you craft enough of them. It's odd that this sort of stuff just randomly happens. Oh no, it's because they've been reset to 35 gold a piece. They're normally not that price. Right, how many is that? 70 odd? They can go in the guild bank. How is this not consuming any of my bismuth? I don't believe that's a thing. Why do I suspect that was using Q2 bismuth all of a sudden? How did your raid go last night, Jack, by the way? I was busy testing Path of Exile out. Fast? Smash through it these days? I guess if you know what you're doing. Done in an hour? Oh, nice. Mirror powders. Who makes mirror powders? Who actually makes mirror powder? Is it enchanters? No. Enchanters? Yes? No? I don't know. I could do with making some more of this anyway. Bring that in-house as well. Save a buck or two. 6 of 8 mythic now? Nice. Are you going to push for 8 out of 8? I mean, you've cut, like, I think a lot of guilds have hit that wall at 6 of 8, haven't they? It's kind of weird that the average profit and the craft log both give different prices. Which one is closer? Well, the craft log is actually the realized profits, right? This average profit is based upon pre-calculations, right? This is what it suspects. If you craft enough, you will work towards this average. This is what actually happened on that individual craft. This is a number that takes into consideration all of your stats. So it's saying if you get 14% resourcefulness procs, if you get 25% multi-craft procs, and you craft 1,000 of something, you'll actually get towards this as an average. These numbers can often be different because this is what what's actually happened. If you click on the advanced craft log now, there's this cool little graph that shows what it expects you to get based on maths. You know, it looks at your stats and says that maybe you should get this, and then what the actual observed numbers are based on good old RNG. And it will give you 2 lines on the graph, and it will showcase whether you beat the law of averages or you're under the law of averages. If we craft something like gem cutters again real quick. Oh, you can see this. We crafted 28 of these gem cutters. You can see what the expected is. The expected line is, you know, this is the average. We started off doing fucking terribly. But as we crafted more and more and more, we got closer to the average. It took us probably 15 crafts before we were at the average. And actually, our last few crafts pushed us above the average. So we actually made more gold than what it expected us to by the end of it. This is a cool little graph to keep your eyes on after you've crafted something. And is a good way to beat the law of averages, right? Sometimes you can have a bad streak, but you want to try and finish your crafting session on a hot streak if you can. That's kind of like the gambler's mindset that you know, you never stop gambling until you're winning. But if you craft enough, you should end up perfectly on this green line. You just might have to craft a shitload, for example. But anyway, let's make some of these. Mirror powders. I've got a bountiful season buff running right now, which doesn't affect me in any way, shape or form. We're about to do enchanting, so there's actually no reason not to use one of these instead. Not that it really benefits us here, because ingenuity isn't something we stack as a Dawn crafter, but hey, if it procs twice, we win, right? Best to have the buff up than to not use it at all. Still making a little over 5 gold per concentration. We can technically only press the button 4 times though. No procs, no procs, no procs. Wow, 4 straight no procs. Okay, well luckily we luckily even without a proc we make 400 gold on those. Let's go do enchanting then. 68 points behind on enchanting. See, this is where I've not decided. I've not ever decided whether I want to do anything about that. Because these are technically concentration alts. But the theory goes is that it doesn't really cost me anything other than a bit of time to get those shimmering dusts. Because if I put some points into disenchanting epics, I basically break even. And in fact, even run the possibility of profiting by doing it. But 68 times 5, I can't do maths like that. 68 times 5 is worth 340 artisan security to me. Do I need that? Is it valuable for jewel crafting, which is my main profession? If so, I'll consider doing it. I have 2 tools already for jewel crafting. I can't imagine there's much of any reason I need... These gems come from the spec trees. I don't really actually think I need... Okay, I need 600 artisan security to get these 4 recipes. So there is some value in doing that. Add that... How much did I say that was? Wait, what? That's not the right calculator. What did I say? 68 times 5. 340 plus 185. 525. I wouldn't quite be able to get all 4 of these. But I could get 3 of these. And in getting the treasures, I'll get 10, 20, plus 5... 9, 10, 11, plus 55. Oh, shit. Okay. I could technically get enough artisan security on this dude to also get these recipes bought for my main jewel crafter. Not that that will mean a lot now, because it's still work ordery sort of stuff, but, you know, it's another one of those when it's done situations. This was meant to be a quick blast through our characters burning concentration, but I'm kind of in, like, do we do stuff mode now. Oh shit, am I about to go farm more treasures? Oh lord, I'm about to go farm more treasures. Let's burn our concentration first. We popped a potion. Shatter essence. That said, designated disenchant. I've only got 29 points I can put in here. Because I've for some reason put points over here. Ah, no, it's all good. I am procrastinating. Stop procrastinating, start doing. Oh, this is going to give me artisan security as well. 30, 40. There's a bonus 50 artisan security just from these. How's PoE 2? Do you like it? I've literally only played it for an hour. I installed it yesterday to just check how it ran on my PC. And of course it's PoE. It's not that taxing. It, you know, steady 120 FPS. It was fine. I've not given it much time yet. I wanted to get some WoW stuff done and dusted first, but yeah, we'll probably be playing some PoE. I kind of teased it a little bit in the title that we might be playing some Path of Exile. There's drops as well for Path of Exile. I don't know if I even qualify for those or should be taking advantage of them. That wouldn't be the reason I'd play it though, mind. I think there's some pets or something you can get. I don't know if it's a hang on, isn't it a watch? Isn't it a gifted sub thing? Yeah, that's a bit sellout, isn't it? I saw good old Mr. Zach Ra turned on his sub button on for the launch of Path of Exile and finished his stream with 33,000 subs, which is fucking outrageous. That man is a money farming machine. I don't know how many people remember before Mr. Asmongold was streaming like big time. In his very, very early days of streaming, he didn't have a sub button for flipping ages, even though he absolutely qualified for it. I think he had like 5,000 average concurrent viewers before he had his sub button. And then the day he got his sub button, he hit like 70k subs or something. And he's clearly done the exact same with his Zach Ra channel. By not having a sub button for so long, as soon as he turned the sub button on, it's like just farming, absolutely farming subs. I remember the stream when he turned on his sub button, it went crazy. Yeah. He has a sub button on. Yeah, he turned it on his Zach Ra channel for the Path of Exile launch because two gifted subs gets you the pet in Path of Exile, and so of course he turned it on for that. And then yeah, 33,000 subs later, I think. So a good 15,000 Path of Exile players wanted their in-game pet apparently. Yeah, nice little Christmas bonus there for sure. It's really gross to think that he has made more in one stream off turning his sub button on than I've made all year. Now, I'm not, you know, I'm not discrediting anybody in any way, shape or form here, but that is actually bonkers. Yeah, very, very spicy Christmas bonus. Not only for him, but also for Mr. Taxman. Because, of course, let's not forget the Taxman gets half of that. Or the Taxman should get half of that. I've always wondered about some streamers and their reporting of taxes. I'm sure it's a pretty sketchy area. I've been in arguments with the Taxman recently because they clearly don't understand what live streaming or content creation is. Without going into detail, I'm not actually a registered company. Like, I'm considered self-employed, but I'm not self-employed for my own company. I'm not a registered company. I'm just, you know, self-employed. Unfortunately, what this means is that when it comes to things like expenses, I have to report every expense down to like tiny, tiny details. And it also means that the taxman, because they have no fucking clue, or at least most of them when you speak to them have no fucking clue what like YouTube is. They have an understanding of YouTube, but they got fucking zero brain cells when it comes to things like Twitch. That explaining to them that buying a new PC is a business expense, right? If I don't buy said new PC, I don't have the ability to generate the revenue in the first place. E.g., business expense. But the whole logistics around that is very difficult. You could argue that for food as well. Well, this is why, when you get to the point, if you actually are, you know, if you register yourself up as your own business, then, you know, the business books are at your discretion. A lot more so. Do pet things. Hello? Pet dead. I pay £3 to play footy on a Wednesday. Harry Kane gets 300k a week for doing it. Wow, yeah, the discretion, the disparity there is actually wild, isn't it? Oh, hello. They're the two ones I actually want. They're the enchanting ones. Annoyingly, the jewel crafting ones give me 2 knowledge points each, which is actually kind of useful. But now that I've got those two, the chances of me getting those jewel crafting ones anytime soon are slim to none. So let's just take our good luck in that regard and peace out. We can do our catch up for enchanting, get the artisan security from that, use that to buy the outstanding recipes we need for jewel crafting, and GG, we win. Which taxman? The bald dildo spacefarer, or the that is a lot of weird words, Ginny. Welcome in. Good morning. Good afternoon. Something else to sell. We're going to need all of those Dark Moon cards, aren't we, to do some disenchanting. Did I put them all back in my warbank? I bet we're done. What's the chances I didn't?
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Oh no, I did, look. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s. Nice.
Return and peruse my inventory again.
We need to do the weekly, our basic disenchanting, and then we can do the catch up.
Speak and
So
be
just a
heard.
pinch. Oh shit, I've just realised that just a pinch is the expensive week. Whoops. Oh well, whatever. You win some, you lose some. Now we need a metric ton of Dark Moon cards. Press the button. Spam the button. Not entirely necessary to be doing this, but it will get us to the point where I basically don't need Artisan's Metal on this character ever again, which is just another big tick box achievement as far as I'm concerned. But for the rest of the expansion, any Artisan security you get just, you know, either goes into new stuff that turns up in new patches, or we burn it into goodie bags. Don't you think that's a fair description of Bezos? True. It's a pretty solid description. I've lost count of how many of these I've been making. Well, with 68, we need to do a fair few. Let's keep going. I should have looked at how many of these I started with, shouldn't I, really? That would have been a smart play. Oh, I've actually just realised if we're going to do this, we should probably spend our extra points in here, shouldn't we? We can fill that one to begin with. Filling this on each of my enchanters seems like a massive waste of knowledge points, but the reality is I don't particularly have much else to spend it on. That said, slowly filling these out for the purpose of concentration is going to be a better use. Yeah, maybe I don't care so much about trying to squeeze tiny profits out of getting free crystals. Not enough to spend like 60 plus points in designated disenchanter. Yeah, we go with that one. Maybe I don't care that much about penny pinching on these. What's the add-on that shows the item levels? The item levels on these items here, it's probably because I'm using, what's it called, Bagnator for the custom bags. Would be my guess. Did I get Q3 crystals out of this anyway? Just lol, that shouldn't happen. Right, that is then all of the weekly basic ones. So we need 68 of these, 17. Right, more, let's go. Spam the button a few times. I think my I think I spent about 7 or 8 gold average on each of these cards to buy like a stack of 1,000 each of them, which means I'm making most of these at about 60 gold a piece, I think. 8 times 8, 64. Yeah, I probably only paid about 70 gold for each of these Dark Moon decks. So by the time we break them down into crystals and sell the Q1 crystals, which are basically free, right? Like, Q1 crystals are only going for 13 gold a piece right now. But come Season 2, when people buy them, like, en masse for their enchanted crests again, they might go back up a little bit. Yeah, basically a cost of about 50 gold per knowledge point here. 50 gold for a knowledge point in enchanting and 5 artisan security. It's not a lot, is it? It's fine. How we doing, Mr. M? Missed you the last few days. Yeah, my stream schedule is kind of taking a back step at the moment. Mostly because I'm dealing with a bunch of shit IRL. One of them being the aforementioned taxman issue. Secondly, we're in the run-up to Christmas. I've caught a bit of a cold, a touch of burnout, clearly, from playing this game for both 3 months straight since it launched and a solid 3 months prior to that in terms of testing and stuff. And I've also left a lot of IRL stuff just like lingering in the background that I should have done but haven't because I've been streaming so much. So in essence, it all sums up to basically taking it a little bit easier before Christmas. One advantage of having the expansion launch in the summer is that this is the first Christmas for a while where I felt like I can actually chill out a little bit more. Most of the time at Christmas we're, Dragonflight launching in November, like, basically screwed that entire Christmas for me. Because, you know, the launch was still very fresh. How many of these have we got? 53. It's 60 gold a deck right now, EU prices. Yeah, there we go then. So at 60 gold a deck, minus your crystal at like 13 gold a piece, you're looking at about 50 gold for each knowledge point. $61, 7 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 more, 6, and 7. Now to disenchant them all. What's the best stat for alchemy, multicraft, or resourcefulness? It depends what you're doing. If you're doing any, it depends how you've spec'd. If you've spec'd into potions or flasks, then it's multicraft. If you've spec'd into thaumaturgy, then it's resourcefulness. A relatively simple rule, so you know for the future, is that if something can multicraft, stack it. Right? If it can multicraft is usually the best stat. In fact, I can't think of many scenarios where you can multicraft something and multicraft isn't then the best stat. So like your potions, your flasks, a lot of the intermediates, it's all multicraft. Just because think about how the two stats actually work. Multicraft gives you free shit. It's very difficult to beat that. Multicraft is giving you free stuff. Your price of pressing the button is exactly the same, but it just occasionally gives you free stuff. Win. Resourcefulness, all it does is occasionally saves you a little bit of cost on how much it costs you to press the button. It's never going to give you... Resourcefulness can never really be more powerful than multicraft unless you can get resourcefulness to proc significantly more than multicraft, which isn't a thing. So multicraft always wins. Why am I getting Q3 crystals out of this, by the way, when I've got 0 points, absolutely 0 points in designated disenchanter, yet I'm still getting quality 2 and quality 3 crystals out of this. I didn't think that was meant to be a thing, but apparently it is. But of course, not everything can multicraft, right? That rule only applies on things that can multicraft. If multicraft is not in your crafting details panel, then that thing can't multicraft. Then you're usually stacking resourcefulness, because it's the second best option. Right, 28 to go. Have I got any Gleba time in yet? I've still been vicariously living Factorio via other people's Let's Plays. I really want to just designate a huge amount of time to sitting down and playing Factorio, but the only way I can play Factorio is in an unhealthy way. So the safer option is to not play it, but enjoy somebody else playing it. Which is weird, but now I understand why Let's Plays are often considered popular. Because if you don't have time to play the game, at least you can kind of get a feel for how the game plays out without actually playing it yourself. I kind of my most recent or post Space Age Factorio save is with cliffs turned off, and only now that I know that part of the reason you go to Volcanus, I believe it is, part of the reason you go there is to unlock cliff explosives, that it's such a thing that you're meant to do that I kind of feel cheaty by turning cliffs off to begin with. But yeah, I wanted to go into Space Age completely blind and learn it all myself and figure it all out, but it just taken way too much time. Right, I need this to get to 600. If we can get to 600 artisan security, I can buy the 4 recipes I'm trying to buy. There is the alternative that I buy a... Didn't I say... Oh, I already got 2 jewel crafting tools anyway. I got my resourcefulness and my multi-craft jewel crafting tools. Okay. Jewel crafting, we don't stack ingenuity ever, so I don't need a 3rd. Is the maths right on this? Are we going to have enough to hit 600 here? We should do. Yeah, easy. Loads of room to spare. Mash this button faster. More faster. Oh, I can see why people don't do this on all their characters. Holy. Has anybody recently rolled a brand new enchanter? What's the damage on a brand new enchanter right now in terms of catch-up points? Must be huge. This was painful doing it for 68 points. It must be double, if not even triple that by now, to do from like 0 to hero. I'm not sure if it's cheating. A lot of the changes in 2.0 feel like they're deliberately to break the city block and the main bus meta and promote more interesting builds. Well, from what I've seen, they are definitely trying to kill robot bases. They absolutely don't want you to be doing robot bases because they're making the throughput demands so ridiculously high that you'll just crush your game into the ground if you try and do a robot build. So you absolutely need to be doing like belt-based builds at the very least. Last time I did an enchanter, 170 plus. Oh my god, that's huge. Yeah, I assumed that it was probably a lot right now. Reducing that standardization between playthroughs. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is, though, is that the city block main bus kind of meta for the game is because it's a very efficient system. It's very efficient. It's relatively expandable. It's the meta because it works well. In a game like that, where the entire game is about optimization, what works well is kind of always going to work well. And if you know what's coming, you can sort of build with that in mind as well. Did I hit 600? Yeah, easy. Easy money. Let's go get those jewel crafting recipes then. I think they all come from here.
Choose wisely.
Extravagant loops. Apparently we've got that one. Oh no, it says collected. Known by much zoomies, not known by me though. Hang on, which ones was it I was trying to get? Let's not balls this up. Let's get this right. Forge Inspector's Font, Enchanter's Loops, Enchanter's Crystal, Novelist Specs. So that's one of them. Enchanter's Crystal, Novelist Specs, Forge Inspector's Font. Oh, we technically need Captured Starlight. Oh, no we don't. Apparently I already know that one. Remembrance Stone, we already know that as well.
We will have justice.
This is... Good old Ranthius is my quote-unquote main jewel crafter for the expansion. So is hence why I'm going the extra mile to get him everything. You know, we shuffled on him. We min-maxed him. Part of that is making sure he also has all of the recipes. And is kept up to date as much as possible. I say as much as possible. We've still fallen 54 knowledge points behind, but at least now we have less on this list. A bunch of these turn up. Oh yeah, we've got to do a quest for that one. I wonder if I ever did that quest. If you've done the quest already, it appears on the vendor. I thought.
My directive
No.
is to serve you.
Maybe I need to go do that quest. Five. Guess what? 1 point short. Who would have thought it? Damn you, game. Damn you, game. Every time. Damn you, game. Do we have these professions for 6 years of expansions, or will they be changed? No, every expansion we get a refresh on the professions. One point shy. Well, I'm not going and getting these. I refuse. You'll just have to wait. We do, though, now have plenty of first-time crafts on this list, actually, in theory. Captured Starlights. I'm at a point where I can actually produce these, like, properly as well. I think I am. Yeah, I should, in theory, be able to min-max these. I don't know if it's valuable to do that. I haven't got any inverted prisms at Q3. Can we make inverted prisms at Q3? Using one of those, we can. And then a captured starlight, if we do that at Q3. There's money in that and all. Fuck me. Cash monies. Get it on. Get it on. And we saved 400 gold of the materials because we saved the inverted prism. Yes, we saved the inverted prism. The expensive part of the thing, considering null stones are now super cheap. GG. What else is on our first time craft bonus? Shifted cave sand. Do I not have any Q3 marble stone? Q3 marble stone. How many Q3 marble stone did we need? We got a multi-craft on it and still lost money. How's that possible? Was it shifted cave sand? We need 15 of it. And we got 10. A few more. Okay. Shifted cave sand, first time craft. Oh, nobody likes these. Holy. Nobody likes these. These are stinky. 1,000 gold to press the button. This is another one of those This is another one of those only ever crafted with concentration situations. You use Q2 mats and a bit of concentration, I would suspect. Yeah, there you go. Only ever made with concentration by the looks of things. I can actually do one of these for my first time craft as well. Why not? I apparently have never made a Masterful Emerald. Well, well, well. Also, I think if you're having issues with robot throughput, you need to look into quality. Does the carry limit of the robots increase with robot quality? Because there comes a point where if you try and do too much with robots, they end up having to carry, because one single belt can do 240 items a second. Trying to achieve similar numbers with robots will just crush your UPS. Unless their carry quantity increases with quality massively. Which it might do. Like I said, I've not actually played the expansion anywhere near enough. Well, we can make one of those theoretically profitably. Get it off the first time craft list. Can we make one of these profitably? Apparently so. Get it off the first time craft list. At least profitable on average. No proc. No proc, no profit, but what you can do. Who says there's no money in crafting anymore? Lies, I tell you. Prisms, though. Prisms, on the other hand. These are never cash money. These are an absolute fucking waste of space. But I'll do them for my first time crafts. I'm not using a Q3 prism, though. You can suck a fat one if you think I'm using a Q3 prism. Although, what happens if you use... What happens if you guarantee one of these at quality 3? Literally nothing, right? Curiosity now. You get a Q3 prism. What did it give me? 16 emeralds? 16 emeralds, which are worth 50 gold apiece. So that's 800 gold. No, it's still not worth you doing. Gave me 16 for the cost of 2 plus all of this business. Yeah, absolutely not worth. Absolutely not worth. Not the cargo capacity, but their reach, operation time, and energy usage. Also, speed is infinitely researchable, remember? Yeah, you might be right. At that point, you can probably still sort of justify robot builds. But I still think the concept is mostly designed so that the throughput demands will outscale your robot capacity quite aggressively. To force you into thinking about how you belt shit and how you make proper bases rather than just putting robot boxes down everywhere. They give you higher yield, typically 15 or 16, usually 10 to 12 at rank 2. Oh, I see, okay. I've not pressed the button enough times to have really sensed much data from these prisms. I very quickly came to the conclusion that due to the price of inverted prisms and also crushed gemstones, that these are significantly more valuable than just a few more gems. So outside of first time crafts, I've not given them the time of day. I do need another prism though. So if we do a Q2 variation instead, that gave us 10. Yeah, so you can see that the yield is much less on the Q2s. How do we make a remembrance stone? What is this? Oh, it's a toy. 10k? 10k for the toy? Costs 5k to make the damn thing? Where'd you get a bouquet of white roses from? Some random ass vendor. Interesting. That's probably the reason why you can sell these at a profit, right? Because there's nobody going out their way to get these. But it's a good dump for Q1 stuff. Huh. Oh my god, look at the sale rate and daily average sold on these though. Yeah, it's also a fact that fucking nobody wants it. This is a 4% sell rate on a current expansion toy. Ouch. Ouch. I'm not going to bother going and getting one of these. I'm just going to buy one. Wow, it's like you knew I was coming. Oh shit, no, not that one. Try again. Wait, what do you mean no results found? Do it again. Oh, you son of a... Last time I try and use somebody else's longboy. Only play with your own longboy. That's the rule. Cheapest marble stone. The irony is it's Q2. Cheapest bismuth, which is also Q2. Cheapest akirite, which is Q1. Cheapest iron claw, which is Q1. Secondly, let's make sure we actually use those. Q2s, Q2s, Q1s, Q1s. 3,000 gold to craft the thing. With a potential 5,000 gold profit. Or, alternatively, just learn it. Learn the first, sell the second. That's the rule. Boom. What's it actually do? Offer a fallen player a respectful burial. Does it need a dead person? Yeah, you need a dead person. I need a budding sacrifice to give him a tombstone. Alright, so the only things I actually need to craft now: Enchanter's Crystals, Extravagant Loops, Forge, Font Inspectors, and Novelist Specs. Can't be doing much better than that, really. It does mean we've got our final point there, so we can add onyxes to our list of shit we can craft on a regular basis. Masterful onyxes, you, favourite you. And bonus points can be put towards rubies. Nice. Oh, and new first time craft. At a potential profit. GG. Although not, because it didn't proc any resourcefulness or multicraft or nothing. Okay. Wasn't there a guild order for one of these? There was. There was. Oh shit, he wants it at Q5. And I'm a scumbag at making these still. That's annoying. He's provided best quality mats, as is requested in the guild. And I still can't make it for him, even though I've just got the recipe. Maybe I shouldn't have spent all the points here. Maybe I should have put points into these. I'm 70 points shy, though. That was never going to happen, was it? Oh, that's annoying. Whoops. Well, we can't have all the points everywhere. We can't have everything. That'll have to do us. That said, any jewel crafter in the guild, there's an order up if you both have the recipe and the points here to do it. I've got these points on one of my characters. I just don't know who. Which jewel crafter have I picked those points up on? But you need both the recipe and the points spent in the right place, which is probably my issue. Alright, we kind of need to sell a bunch of this stuff. This is kind of like random ass bonus stuff that I wouldn't usually sell on my bank character, so maybe we just sell it on this dude. We got... What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? One of you? Oh, that's clearly a reset. Somebody's doing shenanigans on these. Marble stone goes in the guild bank. This shifted cave sand business, we can bang that out. Random ass gems. These are so flippity-doo-dah cheap that you can borderline... You can borderline break these down, crush them into dust, and turn a win. These are way too cheap now. Way too cheap. And literally none of them. Batshit crazy that, like, there's so few of this sort of stuff. It goes to show that unless it's quality 3, people still don't care. When it comes to gemming, like, there's so little reason to cheap out on gems. Because you put it in your gear and that's it. It's a one-time thing. I get the feeling that pre-Aquilo, the robots are basically essential because you simply don't have enough space to do belts with quality. Pre-Aquilo. Oh, Aquilo's the ice one, isn't it? Where you've got a... Maybe. I guess it makes a difference until you get bulk inserters and tier 4 belts. Tier 4 belts, bulk inserters, that's an easy 240 per second throughput, which replicating that with robots is, especially if you've got power constraints anywhere, might not be fun. But maybe I'm just guesstimating here. Right, the rest of this stuff can just go back in the war bank for everybody else to use. I do actually have 5 glittering gem dust, which is risky business to have lying about. Can't we do something with that? We can absolutely do something with that. We can absolutely bang out a few of these using one of these. If we now press optimization, we do 10 of these. That gives us Q3 and is basically like a concentration craft, just without using concentration. It's not quite as lucrative, but it's basically the same. Especially when it procs multi-craft. It's often at least 5 bonus gems. Nice. So that's a bunch of those we can get sold. Right, this dude's mostly done. This was meant to be a quick blast on this character, and it's taken me... I've spent half an hour on him again. Probably longer, to be fair.
I have many, many wares. Good fortune to our friends.
Anything else that needs to go to the bank tune? Negative. The rest of it just goes in the war bank. Now I technically only spent about 4k of actual raw gold tinkering and doing all of that business. Well, I suppose I had all half of the materials to craft most of that, so I can't say for definite actually. But if you tinker with your profession slowly, it doesn't usually end up costing you too much, if anything at all. Which eventually, when you get to the point where you have nothing left to tinker with, you do nothing but just craft shit when it's profitable and win. I need to get more into prospecting and crushing because I'm still convinced that there's money to be made in this. We poked around with crushing a little bit the other day and I sort of napkin mathed it out such as that you can probably craft quality. You can do some basic ass prospecting, take the gems, cut the gems and slowly but surely process everything fundamentally from ore all the way to dust. Q3 dust at that, and probably turn a profit doing it. It's just what the process looks like in the middle I haven't quite 100% figured out, but I'm convinced that there's like sizable gold in doing that once you do figure it out. This is the character of mine to play test that with because he's full build over here, also simultaneously has a few gems that can be crafted. You kind of want this tree full, these two inner layers, and then this tree mostly full. By that point you can do the whole process. You can prospect, you can take all of the gems and cut them, you can then crush all of those gems that you produce into dust, upscaling your dust. If you do it clever, you are going to have to add Q3 bismuth to the mix to upscale it, so you've got to take that into consideration. But you take probably quality 2, my guess is you're going to take quality 2 Akirite and Iron Claw. You're going to prospect this to get all of your stuff. You're going to take all of that stuff, cut the gems you get into gems. This is why you need points in here, 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 and here, so you can fully utilize all 4 colors of the gems that you get. Crafting these at the most optimal price, which then means by the time you crush them with Q3 bismuth, you're upscaling all of those basic gems into more Q3 dust, and by the time you sell the whole lot, I think you win, is the theory. But I've not put it into too much practice. The wife is calling. I'll be back in 2. Hang on. Yeah, I need to put some science to that, really. I can't quite fully utilize everything until I'm at that point where I've got this inner ring full. I mean, I can do it, I just have to do it across 2 different characters. I've got this ring full on many characters, but I haven't got this ring full and this full as well. Because these inner gems as well, where are they gone? emeralds, onyxes, rubies, sapphires. The single stack cuts of these. 30 crushed gemstones, 1 engraved gem cutter. Compare that to the outer tier ones. Oh, okay. Maybe actually cutting the... To fully utilize the gems that you get via prospecting, you're more better off cutting the outer layer gems because they use less crushed gemstones and a wider variety of your... Yeah, there's definitely a way to do this. The only thing you've got to be careful of is your engraved gem cutters. The point is you're not trying to use these to make anything super duper mega fancy. These become, your tools become more important to you than actually skill. Because what you're trying to do is prospect quality 2 ore, which will give you quality 2 gemstones, meaning you only need basic quality 1 engraved gem cutters, which actually become... because of the pebbles and the glass that they consume, will also consume a lot of this that you get from prospecting in the first place. So you're going to need to add some basic bismuth to make your gem cutters, potentially. You're then also going to want to cut the double stat outer layer gems, just not ambers. Ooh, now if only I actually bothered to build a spreadsheet. For all of this, I could have mathed all of this out in a little bit more of a smarter process. Maybe that can go on my to-do list. As it's an interesting adventure that I suspect even today is still profitable and will probably be. This is why, for reference, how many Dawn Crafters do I got? Oh, a bunch of them. I use them mostly for concentration builds. This is why I've always enjoyed jewel crafting, because prospecting and everything that comes with it is a nice little maths problem that most people don't figure out. And because most people don't figure it out, it means that it's usually profitable if you do figure it out. It's one of those, if you put the extra bit of effort in, you usually get paid because of it. Until, of course, somebody comes along and makes a video and gives out a spreadsheet and, you know, nukes the whole thing into the ground. Nukes everything into the ground, but that's usually only temporary. Just like a good old student albatross farming video. When the video comes out, the farm's dead, but 2 weeks later, it's usually profitable to do again. You just got to let the dust settle. Ha ha! Crush gem dust. Pun not intended. I guess you like math. Well, when there's lots of maths in the middle, but it's actually quite simple when you just look at the two extremes, right? You look at, right, well, how much did I buy? What did I pay for the ore? What did it cost me to buy the ore to prospect? Plus a little bit of bismuth for making some engraved gem cutters, plus a little bit of bismuth for crushing. So you can very easily work out what you spent on your 3 ores. And then you just compare that quite simply to what you were able to sell all of your dust for. The process can take you pretty much all the way through from just basic ass ore. You're not selling lots of individual little components. You're basically turning everything into dust. And I'm pretty convinced, even with the crashing prices of dust, that the entire thing can be profitable. Crushed gemstones at Q3. There's plenty of supply of this now, but this is because we're way outside of peak season. We're miles outside of peak season now. Come season 2, I suspect these values will go up quite significantly. There is no way with the way that alchemy works, that a Kyrite and Ironclaw ore are going to stay single-digit prices. It just isn't. It's just not feasible. It's not feasible for these materials to stay in single-digit prices. Because as it stands at the moment, they're both this is very, very cheap for the purpose of prospecting. It's also very, very cheap for the purpose of running it through an alchemy mill. And when you do that, you're burning huge quantities of these very, very fast, and you're converting it into more valuable, more sought after materials. So there's no way these are going to stay at single digit prices for very long. I mean, I would go as far as to say, I can't categorically prove this, I can't do the maths on this now, but like these prices, this is bonkers. 770 for Ironclaw, 212,000 of that. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't got the maths to confirm or deny this, but I would be very surprised if alchemists can't run a profit on that right now. Based upon the fact that Ironclaw, what does Ironclaw turn into that's fancy? Ironclaw turns into Blessing Blossom, Spears, Storm Charge, Leather. So what's a Ratha's Spear at right now? Q2 Aratha's Spear. Okay, that's also in the bin. So that might be a little bit more difficult. So maybe it's not. I don't know. Like I said, all of the professions is a big maths game these days. And if you've got your numbers in order, you'll do better. Anyway, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for now. I'm getting a bit hungry, and I'm also cautious that I don't blow out my voice, because it's clearly not in a great place. So, thank you all for stopping by. We will be doing some, maybe a little bit more World of Warcraft, maybe a bit of Path of Exile in the next few days. I've not entirely decided. I do have Path of Exile. I do Path of Exile 2, that is. It's installed, it's ready to go. I play tested it a little bit yesterday just to check it works and everything, you know, get graphic settings and all that sort of shenanigans sorted. So we might have a little bit of a blast on this over the next few days. Not entirely decided. But this is the time to do it. It's quiet in WoW. Very quiet in WoW. Very, very quiet. No reason to not go play other stuff. As you can tell, I'm only tinkering and playing around with the professions right now, keeping them all in order, ready for 11.1. But yeah, thanks all for stopping by. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. I've been making here's a small shameless promo at the end of the stream. I've been making quite some substantial updates and changes to the Goblin Guide. So if you don't have yourself a copy, consider checking out the Patreon. Gold tier Goblins over on Patreon. Get the guide and any future updates. A lot of the professions are now up to speed for basically ready for 11.1. Unless anything significant jumps out at us on the PTR, but they're ready to very quickly and easily be updated and edited. But yeah, that's me done for the day. I'm going to go help the wife make some food, and I will see you all next time. Have a good one. Peace.